Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Before you continue, understand that the story you are about to read is not the original text. It is a special adaptation for beginner English learners. The story is the same, but the language has been edited. Continue at your own peril. Chapter 1. A Delivery from Owls. Harry Potter is not like most boys. He is a wizard and a student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He loves Hogwarts. It is the only place where he feels happy, and it is the only place where he feels he belongs. But now it is summer, and Harry is not at school. He is at his aunt and uncle's house. He hates summer because he misses his school. He misses his favorite game, Quidditch. And most of all, he misses his best friends, Ron and Hermione. Harry is small and thin for his age, but he has grown a little in the last year. He has messy black hair, green eyes, and round glasses. There is a thin scar on his forehead. Harry lives with his Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and their son, Dudley. They are his only living family. But they are not kind to him. They are cruel. Harry's parents were a witch and a wizard, but the Dursleys never talk about them. They do not like anything strange or magical. Because they hate magic, they have taken away Harry's magic books. They have locked his books, potions, and broomstick in a small room under the stairs. Harry cannot study magic during the summer, but he must do homework for his potions class. Professor Snape teaches potions class. Harry does not like Snape. One day, Harry secretly opens the door to the small room. He does not have the key, so he picks the lock. He takes some of his books and hides them in his room. If he is careful, his aunt and uncle will not discover them. They will not know he is studying magic at night. He studies magic in secret, only at night. Summer is hard for Harry. The Dursleys do not let him get letters from his friends. Harry spends many weeks alone. He has no one to talk to. This summer he is very unhappy. But there is one good thing. Harry has an owl named Hedwig. He can let his owl out of her cage at night. Harry is happy she is free. One night, very late, Harry is studying magic. He looks at the clock. It is 1 o'clock in the morning. Harry realizes he has been 13 years old for 1 hour. Harry does not like his birthdays. Before Hogwarts, he never got a birthday card. The Dursleys hate him, so they never celebrate his birthday. Harry thinks they will ignore his 13th birthday too. He puts down his magic book and walks to the window. The night is cool and fresh. Hedwig is not in her cage. Harry looks out the window. He feels lonely. He looks at the night sky. He sees something strange. He sees a large creature with many wings flying in the sky. It is coming closer to his window. Harry is about to close the window, but the creature flies near a streetlight. Harry sees the creature clearly and does not close the window. 3 owls fly through the window. 2 owls are carrying packages and holding a 3rd owl. They land on Harry's bed. The 3rd owl looks very sick. Harry knows this owl. It is Errol, Ron's owl. There is a package tied to Errol's legs. Harry takes the package and puts Errol in Hedwig's cage. One of the other owls is Hedwig. She has a package too. Harry unties the package and Hedwig flies into her cage to be with Errol. Harry does not know the 3rd owl. It is a brown-orange color and very beautiful. This owl has a package and a letter. The letter has the Hogwarts seal. Harry takes the package and the letter. The owl flies out the window. Harry sits on his bed and looks at the packages. He opens Errol's package first. Inside is a present and his first birthday card. There is a letter and a newspaper article from the Daily Prophet, the wizarding newspaper. The people in the picture are moving. Harry reads the headline. Employee of Ministry of Magic wins gold prize. The article says, Arthur Weasley, head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, wins the Daily Prophet Grand Prize. Mr. Weasley says, We will use the gold to visit Egypt and see our son Bill, who works for Gringotts Wizarding Bank. The Weasley family will spend 1 month in Egypt and return when school starts. Harry is happy for the Weasleys. Next, he opens Ron's letter. Ron writes, Dear Harry, happy birthday! Egypt is amazing! We saw the pyramids and many tombs. We fought mummies in one tomb and almost didn't survive. Now that my father has won the gold, he will buy me a new wand for next year. Harry remembers when Ron's wand broke last year. Ron made many magical mistakes because of it, but the broken wand also saved them all. Harry opens Ron's present. It looks like a spinning top. Ron writes that it is a pocket sneakoscope. He says that if someone near you is doing something bad, it will light up and spin. Ron says it works because his brothers put insects in his dinner and the sneakoscope lit up. Next, Harry opens Hedwig's package. There is a present and a letter from Hermione. She is on vacation in France and having a wonderful time. Her letter says she will return to London a week before school starts. Harry opens Hermione's present. It is heavy, and he thinks it is a book. But it is not. It is a black leather case with silver words. Broomstick Fixing Kit. Inside are tools to take care of and fix a broomstick. Harry loves Quidditch and is very good at it. He is the youngest seeker on the Hogwarts team. His favorite thing is his Nimbus 2000 broomstick. This repair kit is the perfect present. Finally, Harry opens the last package. It is from Hagrid, the gamekeeper at Hogwarts. As he takes off the paper, the thing inside moves. It feels like it is trying to bite him, as if it has a mouth and teeth. This gift is dangerous. Harry knows that Hagrid is not dangerous on purpose, but he also knows that Hagrid has strange friends. Giant spiders, dogs with 3 heads, and dragons that breathe fire. Harry looks at the present again. It tries to bite him again. Harry puts the package on his desk. The present is a book. But it is not a normal book. Harry reads the title, The Monster Book of Monsters. Then the book jumps off the desk and moves quickly under his bed. It moves like a large crab. "Uh-oh," says Harry, worried. Harry reaches under his bed to get the book.
Ouch!
The book opens and closes quickly on his fingers, like a mouth. Then it moves quickly past him. The book uses its covers like strange legs. Harry jumps quickly on top of the book. Harry holds the book closed in his arms. He opens a drawer and takes out a belt. He puts the belt around the book tightly. The book is angry, but it can't open and close anymore. Harry throws the book onto his bed. Then he opens Hagrid's letter.
Dear Harry, happy birthday. I think you can use this book next year at school. I'll tell you more about it when I see you. I hope you are enjoying your summer. All the best, Hagrid.
Harry is very happy. He has received 3 letters from his best friends. Now there is only the letter from Hogwarts. It is much heavier than the other letters. He opens the letter and begins to read. Dear Mr. Potter, the school year begins on September 1st. The Hogwarts train will leave from King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4 at 11 o'clock. Please see the list of books you will need for your 3rd year at Hogwarts. 3rd-year students are permitted to visit the small town of Hogsmeade on some weekends. You must have permission from your parents or a guardian to be able to leave Hogwarts. Please give the permission form for them to sign. Yours sincerely, Professor M. McGonagall. Harry is not so happy anymore. He does not think the Dursleys will sign the permission form. They will never give him permission to leave Hogwarts. He does not know what to do. He looks at the clock. It is now 2 o'clock in the morning. He decides he will worry about this problem in the morning. Harry gets into bed. He cannot wait until the school year begins. He takes off his glasses. He pulls the covers up and he looks at his 3 birthday cards. For the first time in his life, just like a normal boy, Harry is happy that it is his birthday. Chapter 2. Aunt Marge's Big Mistake. The next morning, Harry sits down for breakfast. Uncle Vernon and Dudley are eating at the kitchen table, watching TV. Aunt Petunia is washing dishes. There is a news report on the screen.
It is important for the public to know that Black has escaped. He has a weapon and is very dangerous.
A picture of the escaped prisoner appears. He has long, dirty hair and looks crazy.
Where did he escape from?
Shouts Uncle Vernon.
He could be coming here right now. The best way to deal with criminals like Black, Uncle Vernon continues, is to hang them.
His face turns red with anger. He looks at his watch.
I have to go, Petunia. Marge's train arrives at 10.
Harry is shocked. Aunt Marge, he asks, she's coming here? Aunt Marge is Uncle Vernon's sister. She is very cruel to Harry, and he hates her. She has been mean to him since Harry came to live with the Dursleys. She lives in the country with many dogs.
Marge will stay here for a week,
says Uncle Vernon, glaring at Harry.
Before she arrives, you need to understand something. First, Uncle Vernon growls, you will be polite to Aunt Marge.
Fine,
Harry replies angrily.
I will if she is polite to me.
Second, Uncle Vernon continues, Marge doesn't know about your abnormality, and she won't find out. Do you understand?
I'll behave if she behaves, Harry says, growing angrier.
And third, Uncle Vernon adds, we told Marge you go to St. Brutus's School for Criminal Boys.
What? Harry shouts.
You will tell her the same if she asks, or you'll be in trouble.
Uncle Vernon's face turns purple. Before leaving, Harry asks Uncle Vernon a question. Uncle Vernon, I need you to sign a permission form. 3rd-year students at my school are allowed to visit a nearby village, but I need your permission.
Why should I do that?
Uncle Vernon asks. Well, it will be hard for me to remember everything you want me to say to Aunt Marge. I might accidentally say something wrong. Uncle Vernon steps closer. He raises his fist as if to hit Harry. But Harry doesn't move.
If you say something wrong, I'll hit you so hard you'll forget who you are,
Uncle Vernon shouts. But if you sign the form, I'll act perfectly, says Harry. Uncle Vernon stops and thinks.
"Fine," he says angrily. "If you behave while Marge is here, I'll sign your form."
Then he leaves the house. Harry goes to his room feeling sad. He hates Aunt Marge, but decides to behave. He hides all his magical things and sends his owl, Hedwig, and Ron's owl, Errol, to Ron's house. He puts Hedwig's cage in his closet. Soon he hears Uncle Vernon's car returning. Harry goes downstairs to meet Aunt Marge. She is a large woman who looks like Uncle Vernon. She even has a mustache. She carries a big suitcase and a mean bulldog.
"Would you like some tea, Marge?"
Uncle Vernon asks. They go to the dining room. Aunt Marge ignores Harry. When Harry sits down, Marge's dog, Ripper, growls at him. Aunt Marge finally looks at Harry.
"So,"
she barks, "you're still here, are you?"
"Yes,"
Harry replies.
"Don't speak to me like that. You're lucky Vernon and Petunia let you stay. I would have sent you to an orphanage."
Harry wants to say something mean, but remembers the permission form. He forces a smile.
"Don't smile at me like that,"
Aunt Marge yells.
"You still have no manners. Don't they hit you at school when you misbehave?" "Yes, they hit me all the time,"
Harry says.
"Good," says Aunt Marge. "But they should hit you harder. Petunia, write to the school and tell them to be more severe with him."
Uncle Vernon changes the subject.
"Did you hear the news, Marge, about the escaped prisoner?"
Harry is miserable during Aunt Marge's visit. On the third day, during lunch, Aunt Marge says,
"Vernon, it's not your fault the boy is so bad. In dog breeding, if there's something wrong with the bitch, there's something wrong with the puppy."
Suddenly, her glass of wine explodes.
"Marge!"
Aunt Petunia shouts.
"Are you hurt?"
"I'm fine," says Aunt Marge. "I'm stronger than I thought." But Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon look at Harry suspiciously. They think he caused the explosion. Harry is worried too. He cannot control his magic, and he must be careful. Harry runs to his room. He wants Uncle Vernon to sign the permission form, but he is also worried about using magic outside Hogwarts. If the Ministry of Magic finds out that he is using magic, he could be expelled. The days pass and Aunt Marge is leaving the next day. At dinner, no one says anything bad about Harry. He feels relieved. But Aunt Marge has drunk too much wine. Dudley eats 4 pieces of cake.
"Look at this boy," says Aunt Marge. "He'll be strong like his father."
Then she looks at Harry.
"But "This one," she says, "is like the weakest puppy in the litter, with bad blood. You know what you do with the weakest puppy? You kill it. You drown it in water. The bad blood always comes from the mother." Harry struggles to control his anger. "Your sister had bad blood, Petunia. Even in the best families, there's always someone with bad blood. Then your sister married that Potter man, and here's the result." She looks at Harry with disgust. "He was no good, a lazy loser." "He was not a loser," Harry shouts, shaking with anger.
"Go to bed, now!" Uncle Vernon yells.
"No, Vernon," says Aunt Marge. "What were you saying, boy? Are you proud of your loser parents? They died in a car accident. They were probably drunk." "They did not die in a car accident," Harry yells, standing up. "Yes, they did, you liar. And now your aunt and uncle must take care of you. You have no respect for your family, you little—" But Aunt Marge doesn't finish her sentence. Her face begins to swell, her eyes pop out, and her mouth stretches. Buttons fly off her jacket, and her fingers look like sausages. "Marge!" Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia shout. Aunt Marge floats up like a balloon, rising toward the ceiling. Ripper barks loudly. "No!" Uncle Vernon grabs Marge's foot, but starts floating too. Ripper bites Uncle Vernon's leg. Harry runs to the small room under the stairs. The door bursts open with magic. Harry grabs his trunk and pulls it to the front door. He runs upstairs to collect his Hogwarts things. He takes his books, presents, broom, and Hedwig's cage. He runs back downstairs to pack his trunk. Uncle Vernon appears. His leg is bleeding from the dog bite.
"Come back here, boy," he yells. "You come back here and fix her."
But Harry is too angry. He pulls out his wand and points it at Uncle Vernon. "She deserved it," Harry shouts. "She's cruel, and she deserved it." Uncle Vernon moves toward him. "Stay away from me," Harry yells. "I'm leaving. I can't take this anymore." He opens the door, grabs his trunk, and walks into the night with Hedwig's cage in his hand. Chapter 3. The Night Bus. Harry walks down the street for a long time. He is very angry and does not know where he is going. Finally, he sits down because he is tired. He has been carrying Hedwig's cage and pulling his heavy trunk for a long time. Harry is angry, but now he is also worried. He feels scared. He is alone in the dark Muggle world with nowhere to go.
He thinks he might be punished for using magic. Maybe he will be expelled from Hogwarts. Wizards and witches are not allowed to use magic in the Muggle world. He is also lonely. He thinks of his friends Ron and Hermione. He knows they would help him, but they are traveling with their families. Hedwig, his owl, is not with him, so he has no way to contact his friends. He feels completely alone. He has no Muggle money, only a little wizard gold in his trunk, which he cannot use here. Harry starts to think clearly about his situation. He thinks that if the Ministry of Magic has already expelled him from Hogwarts for using magic, he can use more magic now. He has nothing to lose. He decides to use his invisibility cloak, fly on his broomstick, and go to London. There he can go to Gringotts Bank and get the rest of his money. Then he will live the rest of his life as an exile. It is a terrible thought. Harry opens his trunk to look for his invisibility cloak, but suddenly he feels something strange. The hairs on his neck stand up and tingle. Something is happening around him. He doesn't understand what it is, but he is nervous. He takes out his wand to protect himself. He feels like someone or something is watching him. The strange feeling gets stronger. "Lumos," he says quietly. The point of his wand glows brightly. There, across the street, between two buildings, he can see something. It is very large and very tall. It has the shape of an animal, like a massive dog. It is still in the dark shadows, but Harry can see two very large, bright eyes looking straight at him. Suddenly, there is a bright light and the loud sound of car brakes. Harry falls to the ground and covers his face. He is scared. When he looks up, he sees a giant, bright purple bus with 3 levels. On the front of the bus are the words, "Night Bus." A man in a purple suit jumps out of the bus. He speaks loudly. "Welcome to the Night Bus, emergency transportation for witches and wizards in trouble. My name is Stan Shunpike. I am your bus conductor tonight. Show your wand and you can come on the bus. We will take you wherever you want to go." Harry looks at Stan. Stan is a little older than Harry, maybe 18 or 19. He has big ears and many pimples on his face. "You there," says Stan. "What's your name?" Harry is nervous. "I'm Neville Longbottom," he lies. "Will you really take me wherever I want to go?" "Yes," says Stan. How much does it cost to go to London?" Harry asks. 11 sickles, says Stan. Harry opens his trunk and takes out his wizard money. He gives Stan the coins. Stan helps Harry put his trunk on the bus. Harry looks around. There are no seats on the bus, only beds. In one bed, an old wizard is sleeping and snoring loudly.
"This is your bed, Neville,"
says Stan. He puts Harry's trunk under the bed. The bed is behind the driver.
"This is our driver, Ernie Prang. This is Neville Longbottom, Ern."
Ernie is an old wizard with thick glasses. He nods his head up and down to say hello.
"Let's go, Ern,"
says Stan. There is a loud noise, and the bus takes off. Harry falls back onto his bed. He sits up and looks out the window. The bus is moving very fast. Harry does not recognize where they are. Stan laughs at Harry's surprise.
"Do the Muggles hear the bus?"
Harry asks.
"Muggles?"
says Stan.
"They don't listen or look properly. They don't notice us at all."
The bus speeds through the night. It stops sometimes to let off wizards and witches. Each time it stops, Harry flies forward. When it starts again, he flies back onto his bed. His stomach feels sick. It feels like the bus jumps 100 kilometers each time it starts. As they drive, Stan reads a copy of The Daily Prophet, the wizarding newspaper. On the cover is a picture of a man with long, dirty hair. Harry looks at the picture. The man looks familiar.
"That man,"
Harry says.
"he was on the Muggle news."
Stan looks at the picture.
"Sirius Black,"
he says.
"Of course he was on the Muggle news, Neville."
Stan gives the paper to Harry. Harry reads. Black escapes, still missing. Sirius Black is the most infamous prisoner at Azkaban prison. He has escaped, and the Ministry of Magic cannot find him. We are doing everything we can to find him, says the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. We ask the magical community to stay calm. We had to tell everyone, continues Fudge. Black is crazy. He's dangerous to everyone, magic or muggle. But we did not tell anyone his real name. The ministry says Black has a gun, a kind of metal wand muggles use to kill each other. The magical community is scared of Black because he killed 13 people many years ago with one magic spell.
He killed 13 people with one curse?
Harry asks.
Yes, says Stan, in front of many people, in the middle of the day. It was a big story, wasn't it, Ern?
Yes, it was,
says Ernie.
Black supported you-know-who,
Stan continues.
Who, Voldemort?
Harry says without thinking. Stan's face turns white. Ernie almost crashes the bus into a farmhouse.
Are you crazy? Says Stan. Why did you say his name?
Sorry, I forgot, says Harry.
You forgot?
Sorry. So, Black supported you-know-who? Harry asks.
Yes, big supporter, says Stan. When Harry Potter defeated you-know-who,
Harry pushes his hair down to cover his scar.
most of his supporters changed their positions. But Sirius Black didn't stop supporting you-know-who. He thought he would be second in command when you-know-who took control. The Ministry tried to stop him. They found him in a street full of muggles. Black took out his wand and blasted the whole street. He killed a wizard and 12 muggles. It was horrible, wasn't it, Ern?
Horrible,
says Ernie.
It was hard to hide the story,
Stan continues,
especially since all those muggles were killed. They said it was a gas explosion. Now Black has escaped. No one has ever escaped from Azkaban. But the Azkaban guards will find him, won't they, Ern?
Ernie looks scared.
Don't talk about the Azkaban guards, Stanny. They scare me.
Harry sits back on his bed. He looks out the window. He feels terrible. The night bus continues to speed through the night. After a while, Stan says,
Neville, we're almost in London. Where do you want to go?
Diagon Alley, Harry says.
Hold on tight.
Suddenly, the bus stops with a loud screech. The bus stops in front of a small, dirty bar. The Leaky Cauldron. The entrance to Diagon Alley is behind the bar.
Thank you,
Harry says to Ernie. Stan helps Harry take his trunk off the bus.
Goodbye, everyone.
Harry stands in front of the Leaky Cauldron. Then he hears a voice.
There you are, Harry.
It is Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. I'm glad you took the night bus, Mr. Potter. I've been expecting you.
Did you call him Harry Potter?
Stan asks in surprise.
Hey, Ern, that's Harry Potter. I knew it. I saw his scar. Wait till I tell the guys at Central Station.
Yes, Fudge says, annoyed. This is Harry Potter. Now move along. I need to talk to him. Stan pushes Harry's trunk off the bus and into the bar. Then the night bus speeds away. Fudge takes Harry into the dark bar. They sit at a table. I am Cornelius Fudge, Harry, says Fudge. I am the Minister of Magic. Harry already knows this. He saw Fudge when he was under his invisibility cloak in Hagrid's house.
I'm sorry, Minister Fudge, about my Aunt Marge, Harry says.
He thinks Fudge is here to punish him.
Oh, Harry, don't worry,
Fudge says. We know it was an accident. We've fixed the problem. A team from the Ministry went to your house and deflated your aunt. They also erased her memory. She won't remember anything.
So, you won't expel me from Hogwarts?
Harry asks.
Expel you?
Says Fudge.
Of course not, Harry.
Harry is relieved. I'm here because you scared us. When you left your uncle's house, we didn't know where you were. We need to decide where you will stay until school starts. I've asked Tom, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, if you can stay here. He agreed. We can't lose you again. I mean, it's better if we know where you are. But you must not go to the Muggle world. Stay here or on Diagon Alley, but return before the sun goes down. Here is your key, room 11. Tom will watch you while you're here. Fudge stands to leave. Mr. Minister, Harry says, can I ask you a question? Of course, Fudge says. Have you caught Sirius Black yet? Fudge looks surprised. What? Oh, you've heard about the escape, have you? No, we haven't found him. But the Azkaban guards will find him. They are very angry and always find who they're looking for. Well, goodbye, Mr. Minister, Harry interrupts. One more question. All right, Fudge says patiently. Third-year students can visit Hogsmeade by themselves, but I don't have permission. Can you give me permission to visit the town? I'm sorry, Harry. I can't do that. In fact, it's better if you don't visit the town for now. Maybe next year. Enjoy your stay at the Cauldron, Harry. Fudge shakes Harry's hand and leaves. Tom, the bar owner, appears. He takes Harry to room 11. Harry opens the door and is surprised. Hedwig is there. She arrived a few minutes after you, Mr. Potter. She's a smart owl, says Tom. If you need anything, ask me. Tom leaves. Harry is alone with Hedwig. He can't believe it. He used magic illegally, ran away, rode the night bus, wasn't expelled from Hogwarts, and now he can spend 2 weeks without the Dursleys. It's been a very strange day, Hedwig, Harry says, yawning. Before he knows it, he is fast asleep. Chapter 4. The Leaky Cauldron. Harry is not used to his new freedom. He can wake up when he wants and go where he wants, but only on Diagon Alley. Still, he is happier than ever. Every morning after breakfast, Harry goes behind the Leaky Cauldron. He takes out his wand and touches the 3rd brick from the left above the trash can. This opens the doorway to Diagon Alley. Harry spends many days exploring the streets and shops. There is so much to see and do. Harry goes to Gringotts to take out money for the school year. He finds it hard to control himself because he wants to buy everything. But there is one thing he wants to buy more than anything else. It is in his favorite shop, Quality Quidditch Supplies. It is the most amazing broom he has ever seen. the firebolt. There is a sign that says, "Ask vendor for price." Harry wants the broom very badly. He really wants to know how much it costs. He knows it's not a good idea to spend all his money on the firebolt. He already has a good broom. He has never lost a Quidditch game with his Nimbus 2000. But he still goes every day to look at the beautiful firebolt. Harry also needs to buy things for school. He buys new robes and more ingredients for his potions. He also needs to buy new school books. He needs books for his new subjects: care of magical creatures and divination. When he goes to the bookstore, Flourish and Blots, Harry gets a big surprise. In the front window of the bookstore, Harry sees a large iron cage. Inside the cage, there are about 100 copies of The Monster Book of Monsters. They are all trying to fight and bite each other. Pages are flying everywhere. Now Harry understands the present he received from Hagrid. This is one book he does not need to buy this year. Harry asks the manager of the bookshop to help him find the books he needs. While the manager looks for his books, Harry sees another book on a small table. Death Omens: What to Do When You Know the Worst is Coming. "Oh, that is not a good book for you to read," says the manager. "If you read it, you will see signs of death everywhere." But Harry is not listening. He is looking at the cover of the book. It shows a large black dog, as big as a bear, with bright eyes. It looks very familiar. Harry thinks he has seen the animal before. But before Harry can do anything, the manager puts Harry's books in his hands. Harry leaves the bookstore soon after. He has all the books he needs, and he returns to the Leaky Cauldron. He throws his books on his bed and looks in the mirror. "I don't believe it," he says to himself. "I don't believe it was a sign of death. That creature I saw in the alley was only a dog, just a street dog." He tries to fix his hair, but the magic mirror laughs at him. "That is a battle you cannot win, boy." Harry ignores the mirror. As the days pass, Harry sees more and more Hogwarts students in Diagon Alley. He hopes to see his best friends, Ron and Hermione, before school begins. Finally, on the last day before school starts, while Harry is standing in front of the Firebolt store, he hears a voice. "Harry! Harry!" Harry turns around. Ron and Hermione are there, eating ice cream cones. Harry is very happy to see them. They talk about their vacations and laugh together. Ron asks about Harry's Aunt Marge, and Hermione is upset that Harry used magic outside of Hogwarts. But they all agree that Harry was not expelled because he is very important to the wizarding world. They are all ready to begin the next year at Hogwarts. They have all their books and potions, but Hermione still does not have an animal friend. Ron has his old rat, Scabbers. Harry has Hedwig, but Hermione doesn't have an animal. They decide Hermione should go to the magical menagerie to buy an owl. The store is full of all kinds of creatures: owls, rats, turtles, frogs, two-headed lizards, and cats. As they are looking for an owl for Hermione, something very big and very orange jumps on top of Ron's head. His rat, Scabbers, jumps out of his pocket and runs quickly out of the store.
"What in the wizarding world was that?"
yells Ron, holding his head.
"Crookshanks, come back here!"
yells the witch who manages the store.
"What was that?"
asks Ron.
"It was either a very, very big orange cat or a small tiger,"
says Harry. They leave the store quickly to look for Scabbers. When they return, Hermione does not have an owl. She is carrying the big orange cat that attacked Scabbers.
"You bought that monster?"
says Ron.
"He's beautiful, isn't he?"
says Hermione. She is holding him tightly in her arms.
"Hermione, that thing almost killed me,"
yells Ron.
"He didn't mean to, did you, Crookshanks?"
says Hermione. The children leave the magical menagerie and walk back to the leaky cauldron. Mr. Weasley is there, reading the Daily Prophet. Harry can see the cover of the paper. There is the familiar picture of Sirius Black on it.
"They haven't caught him yet, have they?"
Harry says. "No, but the Ministry is using all its power to look for him," Mr. Weasley says tiredly. "The Azkaban guards will find him for sure. I know it." Dinner that night is a wonderful event. All the Weasleys are there. Mrs. Weasley is especially proud that Percy is head boy this year. He is the second head boy in the Weasley family.
"And he'll be the last one,"
says Fred. Mrs. Weasley is not happy at all with his bad joke. Ginny is there too. She is still very shy and does not talk to Harry at all. As dessert arrives, they begin to talk about the big day tomorrow. They must catch the train at King's Cross Station.
"How are we all getting to the station, Dad?"
asks Ron. The Ministry is driving us in 2 cars tomorrow," says Mr. Weasley. "They are doing me a favor." Harry is watching Mr. Weasley. His ears turn red, just like Ron's ears when he lies. Mr. Weasley is lying. Mrs. Weasley interrupts quickly.
"Well now, you all need to go and finish packing. We have a big day tomorrow. Let's go to your rooms."
All the children run upstairs. Soon Harry is all packed. He decides to go back downstairs to the bar. He passes Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's door. He hears them talking in an angry tone. He stops and listens.
"If we tell Harry the truth, he will be terrified," says Mrs. Weasley in a nervous voice.
I think Harry must know the truth about Sirius Black, says Mr. Weasley. He escaped 3 weeks ago, and the Ministry can't find him. But we think he wants to kill Harry. Harry deserves to know this. Mr. Weasley bangs his fist on the table. Fudge has been lying to the papers to hide the story and to protect Harry. Black was you-know-who's second in command. He knows Harry will be at Hogwarts, and Black thinks that if he kills Harry, you-know-who will return. Black lost everything that night when Harry defeated you-know-who. All he has been thinking about in Azkaban is how to escape and find Harry and kill him. Harry will probably be safest at Hogwarts. Dumbledore knows about everything. He knows that the Azkaban guards will be watching the entrances to the school grounds. He doesn't like it, but he agreed. No one likes the Azkaban guards. They might be dangerous, but a wizard like Black is too dangerous. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Harry understands everything now. Sirius Black is coming to kill him. Fudge did not expel Harry because he knows Harry will be safe at Hogwarts. The Ministry is sending cars tomorrow to take them to the station, to protect Harry until he gets on the train. Harry agrees that he will be safe at Hogwarts, especially since Dumbledore is there. And there are also the Azkaban guards. Everyone keeps talking about the Azkaban guards. It seems like they scare everyone to death. Harry thinks that if they are watching the entrances to the school grounds, it will be difficult for Black to get into the school. Later that night, while he is in bed, Harry remembers the creature in the shadows when the night bus arrived. Then he remembers the book he saw at Flourish and Blotts. What to do when you know the worst is coming. Is it a sign that something terrible is going to happen? But Harry has already escaped Lord Voldemort 3 times. He can take care of himself. Chapter 5. The Dementor. The next morning, Harry wakes up to noise and chaos in the leaky cauldron. All the Weasley children, Hermione, Hedwig, Scabbers, and Crookshanks are waiting for the Ministry cars to take them to the train station. The room is full of luggage and loud voices. Mr. Weasley looks nervous. He watches Harry as the cars arrive. He checks the street carefully before pushing everyone inside the cars. The cars drive fast to King's Cross Station. Not as fast as the night bus, but they go fast. Again, Mr. Weasley looks around to make sure it is safe. Then he hurries the children into the station. He keeps Harry close. "Listen," he says. "We will go through the wall in pairs. I will go first with Harry." Mr. Weasley walks to the barrier wall and leans on it casually. Harry does the same. Suddenly, they fall through the barrier and arrive at platform 9 3/4. The big red Hogwarts Express is waiting. The platform is full of witches and wizards saying goodbye to their children. Soon, Ron and the others come through the wall. Ron's brothers and sister run onto the train. Mrs. Weasley has tears in her eyes. "Be good!" she shouts. Harry, Ron, and Hermione get on the train. "Ron, Hermione, I really need to talk to you in private," says Harry. They look for an empty compartment, but they are all full. They find one, but a man is sleeping inside. He is wearing old robes and he looks tired. His face is young, but his hair is brown with some gray. "Who do you think it is?" Ron whispers. "His name is Professor R.J. Lupin," says Hermione. "How do you know that?" asks Ron in shock. Hermione points to the man's bag. There is a tag on his bag with the words Professor R.J. Lupin. "What does he teach?" Ron asks. "It must be defense against the dark arts," Hermione answers. "That's the only position that needed a new teacher." Ron sighs. "I hope he is better than our last teacher." Then he turns to Harry. "What did you want to tell us?" Harry speaks quietly. He says he heard Mr. and Mrs. Weasley talking about Sirius Black. He tells them everything Ron's parents said. Ron and Hermione look shocked. "Sirius Black escaped to find you? To kill you?" Hermione asks. "Harry, you must be careful." "No one has ever escaped Azkaban before," Ron says, scared. "He is very dangerous." "They will catch him," Hermione says. Then she hears a noise. A small whistle comes from Harry's bag. Ron opens it and takes out a spinning sneakoscope. It shines brightly. "Put it back," Harry says. "It will wake the professor." Ron hides it in a sock. The man moves but stays asleep. "It must be broken," Ron says. "We can fix it in Hogsmeade." "I can't go to Hogsmeade," Harry says sadly. Why not? Ron and Hermione ask together. "The Dursleys didn't sign my permission form," Harry says, "and the Minister of Magic thinks it's too dangerous." "The Minister of Magic is probably right," Hermione says. She opens her cat's box to let him out. "Don't!" Ron yells, covering his pocket where Scabbers hides. The cat jumps out and stares at Ron. Scabbers the rat is shaking in fear inside Ron's pocket. The train moves north. After many hours, the sky begins to get darker and darker. Rain starts to fall. Then the train begins to slow down. "We're not at Hogwarts yet," Hermione says, confused. Then the train stops. The lights go out. It is completely dark. "What's happening?" Ron asks. "I don't know," Harry says. Hermione opens the door, and Ginny and Neville fall in. "We were looking for you," Neville says. Neville and Ginny enter the compartment. They make a lot of noise. Neville sits on Crookshanks. The cat hisses and Neville screams. "Quiet," says a voice. Professor Lupin is awake. He opens his hand. There is a small blue flame in his hand. "Stay here. I'm going to talk to the driver of the train." Before he can move, the door slowly opens. A dark figure stands there. It wears a black cloak. It fills the doorway. The thing reaches out a hand. Harry looks at the hand. It is a sick gray color. It is the color of death. The thing under the hood looks straight at Harry. Harry cannot see the creature's face. Then the thing takes a long, slow, sucking breath. Everyone in the compartment feels an intense, cold sensation. Harry begins to lose his breath. He cannot breathe. His chest hurts. His heart feels like ice. Harry's eyes roll up into his head. He feels like he is drowning in ice. There is a loud sound of wind in his ears. And then, from a distance, Harry hears screaming. It is a terrible, terrified scream. Harry wants to help the person screaming. He tries to move, but he can't. "Harry, Harry, are you all right?" Someone is shaking Harry. "Harry, are you okay?" Ron shakes him. What? Harry opens his eyes. He is on the floor. The lights are back. "What happened?" Harry asks. "You fainted," Ron says. "Here, eat this." Professor Lupin gives Harry chocolate. "It will help." "What was that thing?" Harry asks Lupin. "A Dementor," Lupin says, "from Azkaban. Eat the chocolate. You'll feel better. I must talk to the driver." When Lupin leaves, Ron and Hermione explain. "The Dementor looked at you and you fell," Ron says. "Then Professor Lupin took out his wand," says Hermione. "Then he said, 'Sirius Black is not here with us. Leave now.' But the Dementor didn't move. Then Lupin pointed his wand and something silver flashed out at the Dementor. Then it turned and floated away." "It was horrible," says Neville in a very high voice. "It felt very strange," says Ron. "It felt like I would never be cheerful again." Harry begins to feel shame. He feels ashamed that he reacted like that. Soon the train arrives at Hogwarts. Hagrid calls the first years. The other children ride in carriages. There are more than 100 carriages waiting for them. They are pulled by invisible horses. Soon they pass through the beautiful gates of Hogwarts. On each side of the gate, there is a stone statue of a wild pig with wings. And on each side of the gate there is a dark Dementor. Harry feels sick again. Finally, the carriages arrive at the castle. Harry gets out and hears a familiar voice.
I heard you fainted, Potter. Is that true?
It is Malfoy.
I can't believe you fainted.
He laughs a mean, cruel laugh. Harry feels even more embarrassed. Professor McGonagall stops Harry.
Lupin told us what happened. The nurse will check you.
After Madame Pomfrey checks Harry, he joins the feast in the Great Hall. Dumbledore speaks.
Dementors, guard the school, he says. Do not go near them. They are looking for Sirius Black, but they might hurt you. You cannot trick them, not even with an invisibility cloak.
Harry and Ron look at each other. Then Dumbledore introduces Lupin as the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Then he says Hagrid will teach care of magical creatures. Harry, Ron, and Hermione cheer. They are very happy for Hagrid. After eating, they go to Gryffindor Tower. A fat lady in a painting asks for the password. Percy, the head boy, says, "Fortuna Major." The painting opens and the children run into the commons area. Harry and the Gryffindor children go to their beds. Harry looks around the familiar room. Finally, he feels at home. Chapter 6. Talons and Tea Leaves. The next morning, Harry, Ron, and Hermione go to the Great Hall for breakfast. As they walk past the Slytherin table, Harry hears Malfoy making fun of him.
Potter, the Dementors are coming. Ooh.
Malfoy laughs.
Just ignore him,
says Hermione. But it is hard for Harry. He feels weak and ashamed. Fred Weasley gives Harry a paper. "Here's your schedule for third year," Fred says. Ron and Hermione get their schedules too.
"Oh, good. We have divination together,"
says Hermione happily. Ron looks at her paper.
"Hermione, your schedule is wrong. You have 10 classes a day. And here, 3 classes at the same time." "Don't worry," says Hermione. "I talked to Professor McGonagall. She says it's okay."
"No one is that smart, Hermione," says Ron. "Not even you."
"Mind your own business,"
Hermione says angrily. Soon they leave for their first class, divination. The classroom is far away. After walking for a long time, they get lost. They see a painting of an empty field. A fat gray pony walks into the painting. Then a short, fat knight appears. He has fallen off his pony.
"Excuse me, Sir Knight," says Harry. "Can you show us the way to the North Tower?"
The knight looks excited.
A quest! Follow me, my friends.
He tries to jump on his pony, but he falls again.
We go on foot. Follow me.
The knight runs through other paintings. Harry, Ron, and Hermione follow him upstairs and down halls. Finally, they reach the classroom.
Goodbye, friends. Call me if you need help,
says the knight. Then he disappears. They open the classroom door and go inside. The room is very strange, like an old coffee shop. There are round tables, soft chairs, and red lights. The room is warm and dark. On shelves there are crystal balls, cards, and teacups. "Where's the teacher?" asks Ron. A soft voice speaks from the shadows. "Welcome," says the voice. "Welcome to divination class." A very thin old woman appears. She has large glasses that make her eyes look big. She wears many necklaces, bracelets, and rings. "My name is Professor Trelawney." Divination is the most difficult magic. If you do not have the sight to see the future, I cannot teach you. Books will not help. Hermione looks worried. She learns everything from books. "Today we will read tea leaves," says Professor Trelawney. "Work in pairs. Drink your tea, then give your cup to your partner. They will read the leaves." She looks at Neville. "Neville, after you break your first cup, choose a blue one, not a pink one. I like the pink cups." Neville does not understand. He takes a cup and drops it. It breaks. "Pick a blue one next, dear," says Professor Trelawney. Harry and Ron drink their tea and exchange cups. "What do you see in my cup, Harry?" Ron asks. Harry looks. "Some wet brown stuff." "Open your minds," says Professor Trelawney. "Let your eyes really see." Harry looks again. "I see a cross. That means problems, but also a sun, true happiness. So you will have a hard but happy life, Ron." Ron looks into Harry's cup. "There's a hat. Maybe you'll be a businessman." He turns the cup. "Now I see an animal. A sheep?" Professor Trelawney comes quickly. She looks into the cup. "The falcon. You have a terrible enemy," she says. "But everyone knows that," says Hermione. "Everyone knows about Harry and you-know-who." Harry and Ron are surprised Hermione speaks like that to a teacher. Professor Trelawney looks into the cup again. "The club. An attack. The skull. Danger." Then she screams, "Ah!" Neville is scared and drops his second cup. "What is it, Professor?" Harry asks. "You have the Grim," she cries. "The phantom dog. The worst omen. Death." Harry remembers the black shadow he saw before. It had the shape of a large dog, and he remembers the black dog on the cover of the book about omens. Hermione looks at the cup. "I don't see a grim." Professor Trelawney looks at Hermione. "I'm sorry to say, but you do not have a future in divination." She looks at Harry, worried. "Class is over." Next, the children go to Care of Magical Creatures with Hagrid. Harry and Hermione are excited, but Ron is worried. "Ron, what's wrong?" asks Harry. "The Grim. It scares me," says Ron. "You already have problems with Sirius Black. You don't need a death dog, too." "Oh, Ron, that's silly," says Hermione. "Harry hasn't seen a death dog, right?" "Well, I saw a big black dog the night the night bus picked me up," says Harry. Ron looks even more worried. "It was just a lost dog," says Hermione. They arrive at Hagrid's house.
"Hello," he yells happily. "Today's lesson is great. Follow me."
They walk to a field with a fence. There is nothing inside the fence.
"Now, take out your monster books. Open to page 21.
"But how do we open our books?" asks Malfoy in a mean voice. "When we open the books, they bite us."
"What do you mean?" asks Hagrid in surprise. "None of you has opened your books? All you have to do is pet them, like this."
Hagrid takes Hermione's book. He removes the magic tape that keeps her book closed. The book tries to bite him, but he pets the book on the back cover. The book opens. "Oh, of course. All we had to do was pet them like a dog," says Malfoy, laughing meanly. Hagrid looks sad. "Oh, shut up, Malfoy," Harry says. Harry wants Hagrid's first lesson to be successful. After some moments of biting and fighting and petting, all the children have their books open.
"Okay,"
yells Hagrid.
"Now, meet the magical creatures."
He goes into the forest and returns to the pen with many strange creatures. The creatures have the body and back legs of a horse, but the front of their bodies look like a giant eagle. They have large wings and sharp talons on their feet, a powerful beak, and bright orange eyes. Each of the creatures has a strong chain attached to collars. Hagrid holds all of the chains in his hands.
"Hippogriffs," Hagrid says. "Hippogriffs are proud creatures. Do not say mean things to a hippogriff, because it will be the last thing that you do."
Malfoy and his mean friends do not listen to Hagrid. Harry thinks they are trying to ruin Hagrid's lesson.
"First, you must bow to him," continues Hagrid. "That's the polite thing to do. If he bows back at you, then you can touch him. If he doesn't bow, then you must get away from him quickly. Okay, who wants to go first?"
None of the children move.
"No one?"
Hagrid says. "I'll do it," says Harry. "But what about your tea leaves?" says Ron nervously. Harry ignores him.
"That's a boy, Harry!"
yells Hagrid happily. Hagrid brings one of the hippogriffs towards Harry.
"Harry, this is Buckbeak."
The beautiful creature looks at Harry. Its eyes are bright orange.
"Okay, Harry, now bow."
Harry is scared, but he does what Hagrid tells him to do. He bows and then looks up at Buckbeak. The hippogriff looks at him proudly. It does not move.
Okay,
says Hagrid. He sounds worried.
"Okay, Harry, now move backwards. Move away from him. Nice and slow."
But then, to Harry's surprise, the hippogriff bows.
"Fantastic, Harry!"
yells Hagrid.
"You can touch him. Pet his beak. It's safe."
Harry moves slowly towards the hippogriff and pets his beak gently. The creature closes his eyes. He enjoys the attention. The whole class claps for Harry.
"I think he will let you ride him, Harry,"
says Hagrid.
"Climb up behind his wings."
Harry carefully climbs onto Buckbeak's back. But suddenly, Hagrid slaps the hippogriff on the back leg. The creature's wings open wide, and he flies quickly into the air. Harry almost falls off. He holds the hippogriff around the neck. The hippogriff flies around the pin in a large circle. Harry almost falls off again when the creature touches the ground.
"Good job, Harry!"
yells Hagrid. Everyone cheers for Harry, except Malfoy and his mean friends, Crabbe and Goyle. Now the children want to pet the hippogriffs. They are more confident now after watching Harry. One by one, Hagrid introduces the children to the hippogriffs. Buckbeak bows to Malfoy. "This is easy. If Potter can do it, anyone can. You're not dangerous, are you, you big ugly monster?" It happens in the blink of an eye. Buckbeak moves rapidly. Feathers and talons. Malfoy screams loudly and falls to the ground. Hagrid quickly puts the collar and chain back on Buckbeak. "I'm dying!" Malfoy screams. The class begins to panic. Malfoy is bleeding.
"You're not dying,"
says Hagrid. But there is a bad cut on Malfoy's arm. Hagrid picks him up and runs quickly to the castle. There is blood on the grass where Malfoy was. The children walk slowly back to the castle. "The school should fire Hagrid immediately," one child says. "It was Malfoy's fault," says another. "Do you think Malfoy will be all right?" asks Hermione nervously. "Of course he will," says Harry. "Madame Pomfrey will fix him." Harry, Ron, and Hermione are worried that Hagrid will be in trouble. Later that night, during dinner in the great hall, Hagrid is not there.
"They won't fire him, will they?"
asks Hermione.
"I hope not," says Ron.
Harry, Ron, and Hermione do not stay to eat their dinner. They decide to visit Hagrid. It is dark, and Ron and Hermione do not think it is a good idea for Harry to be outside the castle at night. Sirius Black has not been found, but Harry convinces them. They walk to Hagrid's house. Hagrid answers the door. It is obvious that he has been drinking a lot of wine. Hagrid says he has not been fired yet, but the governors of the school know about the accident.
"It was Malfoy's fault," says Hermione, defending Hagrid. "We all saw what happened, Hagrid," Ron says. "We can tell the governors what happened."
Thank you all, but I should have shown you the hippogriffs later in the year. I just wanted to have a good class. It's my fault."
Then suddenly Hagrid yells,
"Harry, what are you doing here? Out of the castle at night? It's too dangerous for you."
Hagrid picks up Harry in his giant arms and he carries him back to the castle.
"Come on, you all, back to the castle, and don't come down to see me at night anymore. I don't want you to get hurt because of me."
Hagrid carries Harry back to Hogwarts with Hermione and Ron walking behind him. Chapter 7. The Boggart in the Closet. Malfoy comes back to school a few days later. He walks into Professor Snape's potions class late. His arm has bandages. He acts like his arm hurts a lot. The other Slytherin students give him attention. Malfoy likes the attention. Harry and Ron think he is lying about his injury. Malfoy sits near Harry and Ron.
"You know, Potter,"
Malfoy says in a mean voice,
"the Daily Prophet says Sirius Black was seen."
"Really?" says Harry. "Where?"
"A muggle saw him near the school. When the Ministry of Magic came, he was gone." "They saw him near the school?"
Ron asks, scared. He looks at Harry, worried.
"If I were you, Potter, I would go after him," says Malfoy. "I would want revenge."
He wants to make Harry angry.
"What are you talking about, Malfoy?"
Harry asks.
"Are you scared?"
Malfoy laughs.
"You'll let the Dementors find him first?"
Harry whispers to Ron.
"Why would I want revenge? Black hasn't hurt me yet."
"Ignore Malfoy," says Ron. "He's lying." Before Harry can ask more, Snape starts yelling. Snape is yelling at Neville. Potions class is hard for Neville. He is afraid of Snape. He always makes mistakes. Today, they must make a shrinking potion, a potion to make things small. Neville's potion should be green, but it is bright orange.
Will you ever do anything right, Longbottom?
Snape says meanly. Neville turns red.
At the end of class, we will test your potion on your frog,
Snape says.
If it works, your frog will become small. If it's wrong, your frog will die.
Neville is scared, but Hermione helps him when Snape isn't looking. At the end of class, Snape calls everyone to Neville's table.
Let's see what happens to Neville's frog.
Snape takes a spoon of Neville's potion. The potion is now green, and puts a drop on the frog. There is a small... The frog becomes a tiny tadpole. The Gryffindor students cheer. Snape uses another potion, and the frog is normal again.
I take 5 points from Gryffindor,
Snape says.
Miss Granger helped Longbottom. Class is over.
Harry, Ron, and Hermione leave together. They walk upstairs to their next class. Hermione, why didn't you say something to Snape? Ron asks. But Hermione is gone. What? Says Ron. She was just here. There she is, says Harry. Hermione is coming up the stairs. She holds her bag in one hand and puts something in her robes with the other. What happened? Asks Ron. You were here, then at the bottom of the stairs. What? Says Hermione. She looks confused. Oh, I forgot something. Ron points at her bag. Why do you have so many books? You don't have that many classes today. Oh, right, says Hermione. I hope defense against the dark arts is better than potions, she says, trying to change the subject. They arrive at their next class, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Lupin is their teacher. Harry remembers how Lupin helped them on the train against the Dementor. Good afternoon, Lupin says. Today is a practical lesson. You only need your wands. The students are excited. They take out their wands. Look behind you, says Lupin. They turn around. There is a big, old closet. Suddenly, it shakes and jumps. It is like something inside wants to get out. Don't worry, says Lupin. There's a boggart in there. Does anyone know what a boggart is? Lupin asks. Hermione raises her hand quickly. It's a magical creature that changes shape. It becomes the thing that you fear the most. Correct, says Lupin. In the dark, it has no form. But when it comes out, it takes the shape of your fear. It's better to face it with many people. Why is it better to face it with other people, Mr. Potter? Because it will be confused. It won't know what to become, Harry answers.
Very good,
says Lupin.
There is a simple magical charm to defeat a boggart. It is laughter.
You must force the boggart to take a shape that is funny to you.
Let's practice the magical charm without our wands first. Repeat after me. Ridiculous.
Ridiculous, the class repeats together.
Good. Now, Neville, come here.
What scares you most? Neville is too scared to speak. Then he says, Professor Snape. Everyone laughs.
Your grandmother lives with you, right? Asks Lupin.
Yes, but I don't want the boggart to be her, Neville says.
No,
says Lupin. What does she wear? A hat with a big bird, a green dress, and a red purse, Neville says.
Good, says Lupin. When the boggart becomes Snape, say ridiculous and imagine your grandmother's clothes.
Lupin looks at the class.
If Neville is successful, the boggart will look for another child to scare. I want all of you to imagine the thing that scares you the most. Now, imagine how you will make that look funny.
Harry begins to think. What scares him the most? He thinks of Voldemort, but then he suddenly thinks of something else. The black cloak, the gray hand, the cold breath of the Dementor. Harry feels terrified. Harry looks around at the other children. Ron's eyes are closed. He is talking to himself. Cut its legs off, he says. Harry knows what Ron is thinking about. Ron is scared of spiders.
Is everybody ready? Asks Lupin.
Harry is very scared now. He is not ready. How can you make a Dementor look funny? But all the other children are ready.
Okay, Neville, says Lupin. Come forward.
Neville looks terrified, but he is holding his wand. He is ready.
1, 2, 3,
says Lupin, and he opens the closet door with a magic blast. There is a loud noise like the crack of a whip. Professor Snape comes out of the closet, dark and mean. He looks at Neville. Snape moves towards Neville. Neville's mouth moves, but no sound comes out. Snape is almost at him.
Ridiculous!
Neville squeaks like a mouse. The boggart Snape shakes, and suddenly he is wearing a large hat with a big bird on top. He is wearing a long green dress, and he is carrying a big red woman's purse. All the children laugh. The boggart stops. It looks confused.
Miss Granger, yells Lupin, your turn.
The boggart becomes a mummy. Hermione yells,
Ridiculous!
The mummy's bandages fall off, and it trips and falls. Its head comes off and rolls along the floor.
Weasley, go,
says Lupin. The boggart turns into a giant spider. Ron shouts,
Ridiculous!
The spider's legs vanish, and it rolls like a ball. One by one, the students face the boggart. It becomes many scary things, but they all make it funny. Then it turns to Harry. He is the last child to face the boggart. Before Harry can act, Lupin jumps in front.
Look here, boggart!
Crack! The boggart becomes a bright silver ball. Ridiculous, Lupin says calmly. It turns into a cockroach.
Neville, finish it, Lupin says.
Crack! Snape is back. Ridiculous, Neville yells with confidence now. Snape is wearing the funny clothes again. Everyone laughs, and the boggart disappears in smoke. Excellent, says Lupin. No homework tonight, class. The children cheer and leave. Harry is confused. Professor Lupin stopped the boggart when it was his turn. Why? Does Lupin know that Harry is scared of the Dementor? Does Lupin think he is not strong?
That was the best defense against the dark arts class ever, says Ron. Lupin seems like a good teacher.
Harry is distracted. He doesn't answer Ron. They talk and walk together to their next class. Chapter 8. The Fat Lady Disappears. Defense against the dark arts is Harry's favorite class. After learning about boggarts, they study redcaps. Redcaps are small creatures that live where violence happens, in castle dungeons, on battlefields. After redcaps, they study kappas. Kappas are creatures that live in water. They look like monkeys with scales. They kill people who swim in the water where they live. But Harry still hates potions class. Snape is meaner and meaner to him every class. Snape is also very mean to Neville Longbottom. Snape heard about Neville and his boggart. Neville's boggart looked like Snape, but Neville made the Snape boggart dress like his grandmother. Snape did not like that at all. Snape is acting like a bully to Neville. Harry does not like seeing Neville suffer so much. And Harry hates Professor Trelawney's divination class. He thinks divination is fake. He does not think he will learn anything from tea leaves. And every time Trelawney looks at Harry, she cries. But other students in the class love her, and they talk to Harry like he is going to die soon. And poor Hagrid. His care of magical creatures class is very boring. He is afraid something bad will happen to a student. So they only study small animals like slugs and worms.
Why do we have to learn how to take care of flobberworms?
Asks Ron one day.
They are the most boring and least dangerous creature of them all.
But there is something exciting that is about to happen. Quidditch season is about to begin. Quidditch is Harry's favorite sport. He loves it very much, and he is very good at it. He is the best seeker at Gryffindor. But his team has not won a house cup for many years. Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, wants to win the cup this year. "This is our last chance to win the Quidditch Cup," he says before their first Quidditch practice. "At least it's my last chance. I graduate this year. I'll never have another chance to win." "We've had bad luck. There were injuries one year. The tournament was cancelled last year. But we have the best team at the school." The team is very excited by Oliver's speech. They practice very hard. Rain or sun, cold or hot, they train 3 times a week. One day, after a very intense practice, Harry returns to the Gryffindor Commons room. There are many students there. They are all very excited. "What's going on?" Harry asks Ron and Hermione. "We're going to Hogsmeade on the weekend," says Ron. "It's on Halloween Day." Harry is very sad. "Harry," Hermione says, trying to make Harry feel better, "I'm sure you'll be able to go next time. I'm sure they'll catch Sirius Black soon." "Ask McGonagall if you can go, Harry," says Ron. "She might let you come this time." But Hermione is angry with Ron. "Ron," she yells, "Harry should stay in school. It's too dangerous. But he will be the only 3rd year who stays here. Go on, Harry, just ask McGonagall." "Yeah, I think I will. You're right. She might say yes." Hermione is about to argue with Ron, but at that moment, Crookshanks, her big orange cat, jumps into her lap. He has a large spider in his mouth. He begins to eat the spider. He looks at Ron while he eats the spider. "Keep that cat away from me, Hermione," he says. "Scabbers is here in my bag." Suddenly, the cat jumps onto Ron's bag. "Hey!" Ron yells, surprised. He tries to close his bag, but the cat uses his sharp claws to attack Scabbers. "Get out of here, you stupid cat!" Ron tries to pull the bag away from the cat, but the cat hangs on tightly with its sharp claws. The cat is very angry. "Ron, don't hurt him!" yells Hermione. Ron pulls the bag hard, and suddenly Scabbers falls out of the bag far away. Crookshanks jumps to catch him. "Stop that cat!" yells Ron. Scabbers runs quickly under a desk. He escapes. Crookshanks cannot catch him. He tries to catch him with his claws under the desk. Hermione picks up Crookshanks. Ron runs and picks up Scabbers. "Look at Scabbers!" yells Ron. "He looks like he's about to die." "Crookshanks doesn't know he's doing something wrong," says Hermione. She is almost crying. "All cats chase rats, Ron." "There's something different about that cat," says Ron. "I said Scabbers was in my bag, and then he jumped at my bag." "Oh, that's silly, Ron," yells Hermione.
I think your cat wants to kill Scabbers.
Ron leaves the common room angrily. Ron is still angry with Hermione the next day. He does not talk to her in class all day. Later that day, during Transfiguration class, Harry decides to talk to Professor McGonagall. He wants to ask her if she will give him permission to go to Hogsmeade. He waits until class ends.
Professor McGonagall, says Harry, my aunt and uncle forgot to sign my permission form.
McGonagall looks at Harry. She does not say anything.
Do you think, can I go to Hogsmeade this weekend?
I'm sorry, Potter, she says.
I said that if you do not have a permission form, you cannot visit the town.
But, Professor,
says Harry quickly,
you can give me permission, can't you?
I can't and I won't give you permission, says Professor McGonagall. I'm sorry. Hurry now before you miss your next class.
Harry leaves feeling very sad. There is nothing he can do.
Don't worry too much, Harry,
says Ron. He is trying to make Harry feel better.
We will be back for the Halloween dinner tonight.
Yeah, great, says Harry sadly. The Halloween feast is always very fun, but Harry is sad that he will miss the trip to Hogsmeade. So, on Halloween morning, Harry eats breakfast with everyone, but he is very depressed.
We'll bring you lots of candy, says Hermione.
Yes, and chocolates and fire candies,
says Ron. Harry is even more depressed now.
Don't worry about me,
he says.
I'll see you tonight at the Halloween dinner. Have a good time.
All the third-year children begin to leave.
You're staying here, Potter,
says Malfoy.
Are you afraid of the Dementors?
He laughs with a cruel laugh. Soon, Harry is alone. Harry decides to return to the Gryffindor common room. But Colin Creevey is there. He is a second-year student and very annoying. Harry leaves quickly. He decides to visit his owl, Hedwig, in the owl house. He meets Filch in a dark corridor. Filch thinks Harry is doing something wrong.
I'm keeping my eye on you, Potter. Now, get back to your common room.
Harry leaves quickly, but he does not go back to the common room. He is walking down another corridor when he hears a voice.
Harry, what are you doing here?
It is Professor Lupin. He is standing in the door of his office.
Where are Ron and Hermione?
They're in Hogsmeade,
says Harry. He tries not to appear too sad.
Ah, I see, says Lupin in a kind voice.
Come into my office for a moment. I have a Grindylow for our next class.
A what?
Asks Harry. He enters Lupin's office. There is a large tank of water in his office. In the tank, there is an ugly green creature. It has small horns on its head. Its fingers are very long.
It's a water demon, says Lupin.
You will be able to fight a Grindylow easily, especially after the Kappas. Would you like some tea?
Yes, thank you, says Harry.
Lupin points his wand at the teapot. There is a puff of smoke. The teapot begins to whistle. Lupin gives Harry a cup of tea. Then they sit down. Harry remembers the day when his class fought the boggart. Harry remembers that Lupin did not let Harry defend himself. "Is there something bothering you, Harry?" asks Lupin. Harry decides to speak.
"Do you remember the day we fought the boggart?"
he asks. "Yes, of course," answers Lupin.
"Why didn't you let me fight it?"
says Harry. Lupin looks surprised. "Well, I thought that the boggart would take the shape of Lord Voldemort." Harry is shocked. Lupin has said Voldemort's name. Only Professor Dumbledore says his name out loud. "I didn't think it was a good idea for Lord Voldemort to appear in front of the students."
"But I didn't think of Voldemort," says Harry. "I thought of the Dementors."
"I see," Lupin says, thinking. "Well, I'm impressed," he says, smiling. "That suggests that the thing you fear the most is fear. That is a very intelligent position, Harry. Very wise. So, you think that I think that you cannot fight a boggart?"
"Well, yes, actually,"
says Harry. He feels happier now. Suddenly, there is a knock on the door. "Come in," says Lupin. The door opens. Snape comes in. He is carrying a tray with a cup. There is smoke coming from the cup. Snape sees Harry. Snape looks at him with a mean face. "Ah, Severus," says Lupin. "Thank you very much. Put the cup on my desk." "You should drink the potion immediately," says Snape as he leaves. He makes a mean face at Harry again. Lupin picks up the cup and drinks. He makes a disgusted face. "Ugh, disgusting," he says. "But Snape is the only wizard who can make a potion to help me. I have not been feeling very well. This potion helps me feel better." Harry does not trust Snape or his potion.
"You know, Professor Lupin,"
says Harry,
"Professor Snape has always wanted to teach defense against the dark arts. Some people say he would do anything to have your position."
"Really?" says Lupin. He does not seem very interested. "Well, Harry, I must finish some work. I'll see you at the Halloween dinner tonight." Harry leaves, a little confused. When all the children finally come back from Hogsmeade, they have many wonderful stories to tell. The delicious candy, the amazing broomsticks, and the post office.
"The post office, Harry! There are hundreds of owls there, all different colors. And we think we saw an ogre."
Harry is very sad he was not able to go. Soon they all go down to the great hall for the Halloween dinner. The hall is decorated with hundreds of pumpkins with candles in them. There are bats flying above the children. The food is delicious. Harry sees Professor Lupin at the teacher's table. He looks happy and healthy. The potion was not dangerous. There is a performance by the Hogwarts ghosts to finish the dinner. Harry is in a good mood now. He is happy and very full. They go back to the Gryffindor common room. When they arrive at the door to the common room, there are many children waiting there. "What's the problem?" Percy asks. "I'm head boy. Did you all forget the password?" But the children are silent. Then Percy yells loudly, "Someone, call Professor Dumbledore, quickly!" The children do not know what is happening. A moment later, Professor Dumbledore arrives. Other teachers arrive too. Dumbledore moves towards the painting. Harry, Ron, and Hermione move closer to the painting too.
"Oh no!"
yells Hermione.
"The fat lady is gone!"
It's true. The fat lady in the Gryffindor painting has disappeared. The painting is slashed and cut. It is almost completely destroyed.
"We must find her," says Dumbledore. "Professor McGonagall, please find Mr. Filch. Tell him to look in every painting in the castle for the fat lady."
"It will be difficult for you to find her,"
says a voice. It is Peeves, the ghost. "What do you mean, Peeves?" asks Dumbledore calmly. Peeves becomes serious. He will not play games with Dumbledore.
"She ran away,"
says Peeves.
"I saw her on the 4th floor in another painting. She was crying."
"Did she say who destroyed the painting?"
asks Dumbledore.
"Oh, yes, she did, your professorship,"
says Peeves.
"He got very angry when the fat lady did not let him into Gryffindor. Yes, he has a very bad temper, that Sirius Black."
Chapter 9. Dark Defeat. The attack on the painting scares everyone. Dumbledore sends all the children to the Great Hall.
"We must search the whole castle for Sirius Black,"
says Professor Dumbledore.
"For your safety, you must stay here for the night. The prefects will watch the doors to the Great Hall. The teachers will search the castle. Prefects, if there is any problem, send a ghost to find me."
Then Dumbledore and the other professors leave. Percy, head boy of Gryffindor, tells the children it's time for bed. They all go to their sleeping bags.
"Do you think Sirius Black is still in the castle?"
Hermione whispers nervously.
"Dumbledore thinks he might still be here,"
answers Ron. All the children are nervous. They ask themselves, how did Sirius Black get past the Dementors? How did he enter the castle? Later that night, Harry is still awake. He sees Professor Dumbledore enter the Great Hall. Percy speaks to him. "Did you find him?" he asks quietly.
"No, we didn't," answers Dumbledore. "How are things here?"
"Everything is under control, sir." "Sir, what about the fat lady?"
"We found her in another painting on the 2nd floor. She did not allow Black to enter. That is why he attacked. She's still very scared, so I found someone else to protect Gryffindor. When the fat lady is ready, Filch will put her back in her painting."
Then Snape appears. He walks over to Dumbledore.
"Well, Severus," says Dumbledore, "we searched everywhere. There is no sign of him. Do you have any idea how he entered the school?" "I have many ideas," says Dumbledore, "but they are all unlikely."
Harry is listening carefully now.
"Do you remember the conversation we had before school started?" Snape asks. "I do," says Dumbledore in an anxious voice. "Well, it seems almost impossible that Black could enter without help from inside the school. You know I was worried when you hired the new teacher." "I do not think any teacher here at Hogwarts helped Black to enter," interrupts Dumbledore. "I must go see the Dementors." Then he leaves.
Harry, Ron, and Hermione have a surprise the next morning. The painting to Gryffindor is protected by the fat little knight that helped them find divination class, Sir Cadogan. "He's a complete lunatic," says Percy, "but no one else wants to protect Gryffindor. They are all scared. Sir Cadogan is the only one who is courageous enough to help." The days pass. The weather gets worse and worse. The first Quidditch game is soon, but Harry learns that they will play Hufflepuff. Slytherin can't play because Malfoy is still hurt. "He's faking his injury," says Harry in frustration. His teammates are not worried. "Hufflepuff will be easy to beat," says Oliver Wood, the team captain. "Remember last game against Hufflepuff? Harry caught the snitch in less than 5 minutes." Harry only thinks about the game the next day. He is late for Defense Against the Dark Arts class. "Sorry I'm late, Professor Lupin," says Harry as he enters the classroom. But it is not Lupin who is teaching the class. It is Snape. "This lesson began 10 minutes ago, Potter," says Snape. 10 points from Gryffindor. Sit down." "Where's Professor Lupin?" Harry asks. "He is not feeling well today," says Snape. "What's wrong with him?" "I told you to sit down. 5 more points from Gryffindor." Snape continues the class. "Lupin did not tell me what you were studying." "We studied boggarts, redcaps, kappas, and grindylows," says Hermione, trying to help. "Be quiet," Snape says in a mean voice. "So, today we will learn about werewolves. Who can tell me the difference between a werewolf and a real wolf?" Hermione raises her hand immediately. Snape ignores her. "Anyone?" "Please, sir," says Hermione.
There are many differences between a werewolf and a real...
That is the second time you have spoken without my permission, Miss Granger. 5 more points from Gryffindor. You know, no one likes a person who thinks they know everything, don't you?
Hermione turns red. She puts her hand down. Ron is very angry at Snape. He wants to defend Hermione.
You asked us a question. She knows the answer. Why did you ask a question if you don't want an answer?
The class is completely silent. They know Ron has been impolite to a professor. "Detention, Weasley," Snape says in a cold voice. "If you speak again today, you will be sorry." Snape makes them read about werewolves. Then he gives them a big homework project. They must write 2 pages about werewolves, how to recognize them, and how to kill them. "Class is over," says Snape. "Weasley, you stay. We will discuss your detention." The children leave. Harry and Hermione are worried about Lupin. Finally, the Quidditch game is here. Harry wakes up very early. The weather is horrible. It is very windy and cold, and it is dark and raining. As Harry is leaving, Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, walks to Harry.
You know, I think Ron is right about you. There are many other mice in the castle. Why do you only want Scabbers? Go on, get out of here. Leave Scabbers alone.
Harry can hear the storm outside as he leaves Gryffindor. Even with the rain and wind, everyone comes to watch the Quidditch game. The teams are on the field and everyone is excited for the game. Harry has difficulty seeing. The rain is covering his glasses. He won't be able to see the snitch like this, but Hermione sees the problem.
"Harry," she yells, "give me your glasses, quickly."
Harry gives her his glasses.
"Impervious," she yells. "Here, now your glasses are impervious to water."
Now Harry can see. Madam Hooch is there. She blows the whistle and the game begins. Harry is having difficulty because of the rain and wind. His Nimbus 2000 is powerful, but he cannot control it in the wind. It is so dark. He cannot see what is happening with the other players. Suddenly, there is the bright light of lightning and the loud sound of thunder. The game is becoming dangerous because of the weather. Harry is very cold. He cannot feel his fingers. He flies high into the air. He is looking for the snitch. Because of Hermione's magic, Harry can see better now. Harry flies towards the middle of the field. A bludger almost knocks him off his broom. He flies lower, looking for the snitch. Suddenly, there is a bright light from a bolt of lightning. Harry sees something. There, in the light of the lightning bolt, Harry sees the shape of a large, black dog. He sees it clearly against the sky. It is on the top row of seats. The wind blows very hard. Harry loses control. He looks again. The dog is gone.
Harry! Behind you!
It is Oliver Wood, the team captain. Harry looks. He sees the snitch. Harry zooms towards it. But Cedric Diggory, the seeker from Hufflepuff, is also chasing the snitch. Harry speeds through the rain towards the snitch, but he feels something strange happening. It feels like all the sound is turned off. He feels like he can't hear, like he is deaf. What is going on? Then he feels a familiar sensation of cold. The wave of cold covers his whole body. Then he notices something moving on the field below him. He looks down. There are at least 100 Dementors standing on the field. They are all looking up at Harry. He cannot see their faces. He feels freezing. He cannot breathe. Then he hears the screaming. A woman is screaming.
Not Harry! Not Harry! Please, not Harry!
Move, you stupid girl. Move out of my way. Now.
Not Harry! Please, no! Take me! Kill me instead!
Harry wants to help her. He needs to help her. She is going to be killed. Harry begins to fall from his broom.
Not Harry! Please, take me! Take me!
There is a cruel voice. It laughs a cruel laugh. Then Harry knows no more.
You're lucky the ground was wet and soft.
I thought you were dead.
Harry hears voices, but he does not understand what is happening. He does not know where he is. He has no memory of what happened. But his whole body hurts.
That was a very scary thing that happened.
Scary thing. The scariest thing. The black hoods, the cold, the screaming. Harry suddenly opens his eyes. He is in the hospital building. His team and his friends are there. Then Harry's memory comes back like a wave. The lightning, the dog, the Grim, the snitch, the Dementors. What's happened? He says suddenly. Everyone is happy he is awake.
You fell off your broom, says Ron. You fell about 50 feet. We thought you had died, says Hermione.
But the game, says Harry.
Who won?
No one answers him.
Did we lose?
Harry finally asks. Diggory got the snitch, says Oliver Wood. Just when you fell, he caught it. He didn't see what happened to you. He wanted a rematch, but they won fair and square. Harry is very sad. This is the first game he has lost. Now Gryffindor does not have a good chance to win the House Cup. Soon Madame Pomfrey comes and tells Harry's teammates they must leave. Ron and Hermione stay with Harry.
Dumbledore was very angry, says Hermione. He ran on to the field. He used his wand just before you hit the ground. You slowed down a little. Then he waved his wand at the Dementors. Silver light came out of his wand. The Dementors left the stadium immediately. He was very angry that they were on the school grounds.
Harry remembers how scared he was of the Dementors. He remembers the screaming. He wants to change the subject.
"Where is my Nimbus 2000? He asks.
Says Ron.
What?
Says Harry, looking at them.
Well, when you fell off of it, the wind blew it away. It blew into the Whomping Willow Tree. And you know the Whomping Willow Tree does not like being hit. Madame Hooch brought it to the hospital building after the game,
says Hermione in a small voice. She holds a bag and turns it upside down. Dozens of pieces of wood fall onto Harry's bed. They are the pieces of Harry's favorite broomstick, his Nimbus 2000. Chapter 10. The Mischief Maker's Map. Harry stays in the hospital all weekend. His teammates come to see him on Sunday. But something makes Harry very sad. His broom, his Nimbus 2000, is broken. It cannot be fixed. Harry feels like he has lost a best friend. Ron and Hermione stay with Harry the whole time. He is happy they stay with him. But Harry does not tell them about the black dog he saw in the rain. It looked like the Grim, a dog that means death. He thinks Ron will worry too much, and Hermione may not believe him. Harry is also sad about the Dementors. He feels weak and ashamed. No one else reacts like he does when the Dementors come. Harry loses consciousness. He blacks out. He hears a woman screaming when they are near. Now he knows it is his mother screaming. She died trying to save him. He thinks about her words again and again. Harry finally leaves the hospital and goes back to school. He is happy that Professor Lupin is back to teach defense against the dark arts. Snape is not teaching it. Lupin looks sick and tired, though. In class, the students complain about Snape. He gave them homework about werewolves, but they don't understand it. Lupin says he will talk to Snape. After class, Lupin asks Harry to stay. "I heard about the Quidditch game," Lupin says. "I'm sorry about your broom. Can it be fixed?"
"No,"
Harry says.
"The Whomping Willow broke it. Did you hear about the Dementors, too?
Yes, says Lupin. That is why you fell off your broom, right?
Harry is nervous. Why do they affect me like that? Am I weak?
No, says Lupin. It is not about being weak or strong. Dementors bring back your worst memories. You have bad memories from when you were a baby. Most people do not. If you stay near a Dementor too long, Lupin continues, it takes away all your happy thoughts. You feel only cold and fear. If they feed too long, they can take your soul. Then you are alive, but not really living.
But Sirius Black escaped from them,
says Harry. Yes, says Lupin, but the Dementors are hungry. They want to feed. At the Quidditch game, they came because there were many people.
When the Dementor came on the train, Harry says, you made it go away.
There was only one Dementor on the train. That is easier. Many Dementors are much harder to fight. But there are ways to protect yourself.
Can you teach me? Asks Harry.
I am not an expert on defending against Dementors, says Lupin, but I will try to help. Right now I am very busy. I was sick and missed many classes, but I will help you soon. Harry feels better. He wants to learn how to protect himself from the Dementors. Then he will not hear his mother's screams any more. For a while, the Dementors stay away from the school. Dumbledore is very angry with them. The days pass. Christmas is coming. The children talk about the holiday. Ron and Hermione will stay at school. Harry is glad. They are good friends. Before the holiday, there is one more trip to Hogsmeade. Everyone is excited, except Harry. He cannot go. He has to stay at school. On Saturday, it is cold and snowing. Harry watches all the children leave for Hogsmeade. He is sad and depressed. Then he hears a sound.
Psst! Harry!
It is Fred and George, Ron's brothers. They are hiding behind a statue of an ugly old witch with one eye.
What are you doing? Asks Harry.
We want to help you before we go to Hogsmeade, says Fred. They take Harry to an empty classroom. Merry Christmas, Harry, says George. Here's an early Christmas gift. He gives Harry a piece of old paper. It looks empty. There is nothing written on it.
What is this?
Asks Harry. He thinks it is a joke present. This is how we know every part of the school, says George. Watch. George takes his wand, touches the paper, and says, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Lines appear on the paper. They move and crisscross and show a map. Then words appear. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs providers of help to makers of mischief, are proud to present the Mischief Maker's Map. The map shows the whole school and even outside the school. Harry sees little dots moving on the map. Each dot has a name. One says Professor Dumbledore. Another says Mrs. Norris, the cat. The little dot for Peeves is in the trophy room. "This map shows where everyone is," says Fred. "It also shows secret ways out of the school." Harry looks closely at the map.
"Look, this one here," he says.
"Go straight to Hogsmeade," continues Fred. "There are many passages to Hogsmeade. One way is under the Whomping Willow," says George, "but don't use that one. It's very dangerous." "But this one goes to the basement of the candy store in Hogsmeade. Filch doesn't know about it. The door is behind the one-eyed witch." "When you are done, you must erase the map," says Fred. "Touch it with your wand and say, 'Mischief managed.' Then it will look like normal paper." They leave and Harry is alone with the map. He is very excited, but if someone finds the map, he could be expelled. Still, Harry wants to go to Hogsmeade. He walks over to the statue of the one-eyed witch. What now? He looks at the map again. It now shows a little dot with his name on it, and next to his name there is another word. It says Discendium. He says the word Discendium and touches the statue. Suddenly, the behind of the witch opens. There is a hole there. Harry climbs in and slides down. It is dark. "Lumos," he says. His wand makes a small light. He is in a narrow, low passage. He walks through the tunnel for a long time. Then he finds stairs. He climbs up hundreds of steps. Suddenly, he bumps his head. He looks up. There is a trap door in the ceiling. He opens it and sees he is in the candy store basement. He hears voices above. Carefully, he goes up. Soon, he is inside the candy shop. The store is full of Hogwarts students. Harry walks around. He is just another student in the store. There are many delicious candies in the store. Then he sees Ron and Hermione.
"Harry," Hermione says, "how did you get here?"
Harry tells them about the map. Ron is surprised.
"Why didn't my brothers give it to me?"
Hermione is angry.
"Harry can't keep this. What if Sirius Black uses the tunnels? You should tell a teacher." "But one tunnel is under the Whomping Willow," Harry says, "and the other is hard to find." But Harry thinks about Hermione's warning. What if Sirius Black knows about the tunnels? He can use them to get into the castle. "And don't forget about the Dementors around here," says Ron. "Black won't get into Hogwarts." Hermione is not as sure as Ron. They leave the store. Outside, the snow is white and clean, but it is very cold. They decide to go to the Three Broomsticks to get hot drinks. It is warm and busy inside. They sit near a big Christmas tree. Suddenly, the door opens. Professor McGonagall walks in. Hagrid comes in too. He is talking to a man in a green hat. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. "Quick, Harry, hide!" Ron says. Harry hides under the table. Hermione quietly says, "Mobiliarbus." The Christmas tree moves slowly in front of their table. They are now hidden. They can hear the teachers talk. Madame Rosmerta, the owner of the bar, brings the teachers drinks. "I heard there was trouble at Hogwarts on Halloween," she says.
"Yes," says Fudge. "It was Sirius Black. The Dementors have not found him yet."
"Minister, why did Black join you-know-who?" Rosmerta asks. "I always thought he was such a good student."
"Good student?" Fudge laughs. "Do you remember who his best friend was at the time?"
"Of course I remember," says Rosmerta. "The two of them were always together."
"Yes, they were," yells McGonagall angrily.
"Always together, causing trouble? That Sirius Black and James Potter?"
"They were best friends," says Fudge sadly. Harry is shocked. He cannot believe what he is hearing. Sirius Black and his father were best friends? Even after school, they were best friends. Black was the best man at Lily and James' wedding, says Fudge. He was Harry's godfather. Harry is in shock. When the Potters were in danger from you-know-who, they used a spell to hide. The Fidelius charm, Fudge continues. They chose one person to hide their secret, the secret keeper. That person was Black. Dumbledore wanted to be the secret keeper. Dumbledore knew that someone close to the Potters was talking to you-know-who, a traitor. But James trusted Black more. We thought that Black wanted to join you-know-who more than to protect the Potters. Then you-know-who found them. The Potters died. But you-know-who was defeated, and Black was alone. Everyone thought that Black was the traitor. He tried to escape. That Black was a horrible person, yells Hagrid suddenly. I saw Black after Lily and James died. He came to their house. I was there to rescue Harry. He cried. I thought he was sad because his friends were dead. I was wrong. He was sad because his master was dead. Then he said he would take care of Harry. I told him Dumbledore said Harry must live with his family. Black didn't like that idea.
but he finally agreed. He gave me his motorcycle and left. He disappeared."
"But he didn't disappear," says Fudge. "Peter Pettigrew, another friend of James and Sirius, found him."
"Do you mean Pettigrew, that fat little boy who was always around Black and Potter at Hogwarts?"
asks Madame Rosmerta. "Yes," says Professor McGonagall.
"Pettigrew wanted so much to be popular like them. He was not as smart as they were, and he wasn't a very good wizard. I was mean to him sometimes. I feel bad about that."
She looks like she will cry. "You do not have to feel bad, Minerva," says Fudge kindly. "Pettigrew died a hero. There were many muggles who saw what happened. They say Pettigrew tried to stop Black. Pettigrew tried to take out his wand, but Black was faster. Black blew Pettigrew into little pieces. Only Pettigrew's clothes and a finger were left. I was one of the first people to arrive. There were also many dead muggles," continues Fudge. "There was a very large hole in the ground. Black was laughing. He was arrested and then he went to Azkaban. He has been there ever since."
"But isn't he crazy now because of the Dementors in Azkaban?"
Rosmerta asks. "He seemed calm when I saw him, almost bored," says Fudge.
"But why did he escape?"
asks Madame Rosmerta.
"Does he want to join you-know-who again?"
"That is, possible," says Fudge. He does not look at her when he answers her. "But we will catch Black before that. We must catch him. If Black joins you-know-who, he will become very powerful again, very quickly."
"Well, I think it's time we return to the castle,"
says Professor McGonagall. Soon they all leave the Three Broomsticks. Ron and Hermione look under the table. Harry cannot speak. Chapter 11. The Firebolt. Harry is back at Hogwarts. He thinks a lot about what he learned about Sirius Black and his parents. He is angry. Why did no one tell him the truth? Sirius Black was his father's best friend, but Sirius Black is also the one who told Voldemort where his parents were. He is the reason they died. That night, Harry has bad dreams. He hears his mother scream. She is asking Voldemort not to kill her baby. The next morning, Harry wakes up and goes to the Gryffindor common room. Only Ron and Hermione are there.
"Where is everyone?"
asks Harry.
"It's the first day of Christmas holiday," says Ron. "Everyone is gone. It's almost lunch. Are you okay?" "You don't look good," says Hermione.
"I'm fine," says Harry.
"Harry,"
Hermione says, looking worried,
"I know it's hard to hear about Sirius Black, but You won't do anything dangerous, right? You won't try to find him?
Yeah, says Ron. He's not worth it. Harry looks at them.
Do you know what I hear when a Dementor comes near me? He asks. I hear my mother scream. She begs Voldemort not to kill me. I can't forget it, and now I know her friend gave her to Voldemort. There's nothing you can do, says Hermione. Let the Dementors take Black back to Azkaban, she says. But remember what Fudge said, says Harry. The Dementors don't affect Black like other people. What do you mean? Asks Ron. Do you want to kill him? Don't be silly, says Hermione. Harry won't kill anyone. Right, Harry?
Harry does not answer. Ron tries to change the subject.
Let's go see Hagrid. That's not a good idea, says Hermione. Harry should stay inside the castle. Let's go, says Harry. I want to ask Hagrid why he didn't tell me about Black and my parents.
Ron looks unhappy. He doesn't want Harry to think about Black. Hermione looks even more worried. They walk to Hagrid's house. The ground is white with snow. They knock on the door. No answer.
Maybe he's not here, says Ron.
But they hear a strange noise inside.
Hagrid,
yells Harry. He knocks hard.
Are you there?
The door opens. Hagrid is crying.
Have you heard?
He asks. He hugs Harry very tightly. Hagrid is huge. Harry thinks he will be crushed. Ron and Hermione help Hagrid sit down.
What happened?
Asks Hermione. Hagrid points to a letter on the table.
They're going to kill Buckbeak, he cries. The school governor's decided. I know Malfoy's father made them do it.
There is a sound in the back of the house. Buckbeak the hippogriff is there, eating. There is blood on the floor all around him.
I couldn't leave him outside in the cold, says Hagrid.
Maybe Dumbledore can help,
says Hermione.
No, he's too busy with the Dementors and Sirius Black.
Don't worry, says Hermione. We will help you. Everything will be okay.
Thank you, says Hagrid. I've not been feeling right. I've been so worried about Buckbeak, and I'm scared people don't like my classes.
We love them,
says Hermione. She is not telling the truth.
Yes, they're great,
says Ron. He crosses his fingers behind his back.
And the Dementors make me nervous, Hagrid says. I remember my time in Azkaban.
But you were innocent, says Harry.
Yes, but the Dementors don't care. They only want to take away your happiness. I never want to go back. But if I let Buckbeak escape, they might send me there again.
Hagrid has never talked about Azkaban before.
"We will help," says Hermione. "We will protect Buckbeak."
With this new responsibility, Harry forgets about his problems for a while. They return to the castle and get ready to help Hagrid. The next day, they go to the library to find books about magical animals and court cases. But they don't find anything good. In most cases, the magical animals lose. There is only one story where the animal was too scary to punish. That doesn't help. While they study to help Hagrid, the castle gets ready for Christmas. On Christmas morning, Ron throws a pillow at Harry.
"Wake up, sleepyhead! Presents!"
Harry gets out of bed. There is a pile of gifts by his bed. Ron is already opening his gifts.
"Another sweater from my mom,"
says Ron.
"Check if she sent you one too."
Harry did get a sweater from Mrs. Weasley. But there is also another gift, a long, thin gift wrapped in brown paper.
"What's that?"
asks Ron. "I don't know," says Harry. He opens it.
"I don't believe it."
It's a firebolt. The best broom in the world.
"Who sent it to you?"
asks Ron.
"There's no card," says Harry. "Who would buy this for you?"
"I know it wasn't the Dursleys," says Harry.
"Maybe it was Dumbledore," says Ron. "He gave you the invisibility cloak." "But the cloak was my dad's. Dumbledore just gave it to me." "Maybe it was Lupin," says Ron.
"Lupin?" says Harry.
"If he had money to buy a firebolt, he would have money to buy better clothes."
They all laugh.
"Lupin likes you," says Ron. "And he wasn't at school when your old broom broke." "He said he was sick," says Harry, confused. "He wasn't in the hospital. I was there, cleaning floors for Snape. Detention."
Hermione walks in with her cat, Crookshanks.
"What are you talking about?" she asks. "Don't bring him in here," Ron says, hiding Scabbers, his rat.
Hermione doesn't listen. She sees the broom.
"Oh, hurry! Who sent it?" "I don't know. There was no card."
Hermione looks worried.
"It's strange. This is a very expensive broom. Why no name?" "Who cares?" says Ron. "Can I try it, Harry?" "No one should try it yet," says Hermione.
Harry and Ron stare at her.
"What should he do with it then?" asks Ron. "Clean the floor?"
Suddenly, Crookshanks jumps at Ron's pocket. Scabbers tries to escape. Ron tries to stop Crookshanks and kicks Harry's trunk by mistake. The trunk falls. Something starts to whistle. "It's the sneakoscope," says Harry. He picks it up. It spins and whistles. Crookshanks hisses at it.
"Hermione, get that cat out of here!"
yells Ron. Harry puts the sneakoscope away. Hermione picks up Crookshanks and leaves. The cat still looks angry at Ron. Ron picks up Scabbers.
He doesn't look good,
says Harry. Scabbers is very thin and he looks sick.
He's very stressed,
yells Ron.
He's afraid of that cat.
Harry thinks about Scabbers. Rats don't usually live longer than 3 years. Scabbers is 13. Maybe he has magic. If not, he will die soon, and Ron will be very sad. Christmas morning is not going well. Hermione is angry at Ron. Ron is angry at Hermione. They are not talking. Later, Harry brings his broom to the common room. He wants to look at it more. Hermione gives him a mean look, but Harry ignores her. He thinks about how fast he will fly in his next Quidditch game. That night, there is Christmas dinner in the Great Hall. Only a few students and teachers stay at the school. There is one big table. There are 12 seats. Some of the teachers are wearing party hats. Dumbledore is wearing a funny hat with a big bird on it. It looks like Neville Longbottom's Boggart Snape. Professor Snape, who is sitting next to Dumbledore, does not laugh. Then Professor Trelawney arrives. She says she cannot sit at the table.
There are 13 people now with me sitting at the table, she says. That brings bad luck.
Dumbledore uses his wand to magically create a chair. She sits down anyway. The dinner begins. The food is very good. After dinner, Harry and Ron start to leave to go back to the common room. Hermione stays.
I'll stay a little longer, she says. I need to talk to Professor McGonagall.
Harry and Ron go back to Gryffindor. They want to look at the broom again. Later, to their surprise, Professor McGonagall enters the common room with Hermione. Professor McGonagall almost never comes into the common room. But when she does, she has bad news for everyone. She looks at the broom in Harry's arms.
So, that's it, is it?
She asks. Hermione is sitting on a chair. She pretends she is reading a book. She hides her face behind the book.
Miss Granger told me that you received this broomstick as a gift, Potter, says McGonagall. May I see it, please?
McGonagall asks, pointing to the broom. But she does not wait for an answer. She takes the broom out of Harry's hands. She examines it carefully.
And there was no card or note with it? No message of any kind?
She asks.
No,
says Harry.
I have to take it, she says. What? Says Harry. It must be checked for dark magic. Madam Hooch will take it apart and look at each piece. Take it apart? Harry yells. It won't take more than a few weeks, says McGonagall. If there's no dark magic, you will get it back. But there's nothing wrong with it, Harry shouts. You don't know that, says McGonagall. You cannot fly on it yet.
She leaves with the broom. Harry watches her go. He feels terrible. Ron is angry.
Why did you tell her?
Ron asks Hermione angrily. Hermione throws the book down. She stands up quickly. She stands right in front of Ron.
I told her because I thought, and Professor McGonagall agrees with me, that broom was probably sent to Harry by Sirius Black.
Chapter 12. The Patronus. Harry knows that Hermione is only trying to help him, but he is still angry. She told Professor McGonagall about his new broom, the Firebolt. Now Professor McGonagall has taken the broom. She wants to check it for dark magic. Harry does not know if he will get it back. Ron is also very angry with Hermione. He thinks what she did was wrong. Hermione thinks she did the right thing. But she knows her friends are upset, so she stays away from the common room. Harry and Ron do not ask her to come back. After the holiday ends, the other students return. Harry and Ron feel better with more people around. Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, sees Harry. He is worried that Harry cannot play because of the Dementors. But Harry says that Professor Lupin is helping him. Lupin will teach Harry how to protect himself. Harry also tells Wood about the Firebolt. "Don't worry, Harry," says Wood. "I'll talk to McGonagall and ask her to give it back." Classes begin again. In Hagrid's class, they study fire salamanders. The class is fun. But Harry's first divination class is not fun. They are learning palm reading. Professor Trelawney looks at Harry's hand and says, "Your lifeline is the shortest I have ever seen." Harry is excited about defense against the dark arts. He reminds Lupin about the promise to teach him. "Yes," says Lupin, "come at 8 o'clock on Thursday. The History of Magic room is big enough, but I can't bring a real Dementor to school."
Lupin still looks sick, says Ron after class. "I wonder what's wrong."
Suddenly, someone says, "Da." It's Hermione. Harry and Ron passed her and did not notice. Her school bag is very full of books. Some books fall to the floor.
"What do you mean, da?"
asks Ron, not happy.
"Oh, nothing,"
says Hermione.
"Yes, it is something," says Ron. "I asked what's wrong with Lupin, and you said, da." "Well, it's obvious, isn't it?"
says Hermione.
"If you don't want to tell us, don't," says Ron.
"Fine," Hermione says, then walks away.
"She doesn't know anything,"
Ron says, angry. On Thursday night, Harry runs to the History of Magic classroom. Lupin is there with a big box. "What's that?" asks Harry. It's a boggart, says Lupin. I know that your biggest fear is a Dementor. The boggart will look and act like a Dementor. That will help you practice. Harry feels a little better. He doesn't want to begin his training with a real Dementor. Take out your wand, says Lupin. This is a very difficult and advanced spell. It's called the Patronus Charm.
How does it work? Harry asks.
A Patronus is a kind of energy, says Lupin. It is like a shield. It pushes Dementors away. It gives hope and happy feelings. Dementors cannot fight that.
What does it look like?
Asks Harry. It's different for everyone. Every witch and wizard has a unique Patronus.
How do I make it? Asks Harry.
You must say, Expecto Patronum, and think of a very happy memory. Harry thinks of flying on a broomstick for the first time.
Okay, he says. I'm ready.
Let's practice first. Say the words, says Lupin.
Expecto Patronum, Harry says.
Again, says Lupin. Think about your happy memory.
Expecto Patronum.
A silver light comes from his wand, and a silver gas, like smoke or mist.
Did you see that?
Harry says, excited. Yes, very good, says Lupin. Now, let's try with the boggart. Are you ready?
Yes,
says Harry, but he is scared. He tries to concentrate on his memory. But there is another memory that appears. The screams of his mother. I must concentrate, he thinks to himself. I don't want to hear my mother's voice again. Or do I? He is confused now. Lupin opens the box. A Dementor is there. Its face is covered by a dark hood. The lights go dark. Harry feels cold. The Dementor moves towards Harry.
Expecto Patronum,
Harry shouts, but everything goes black. He hears a woman screaming. It's his mother's voice. It is louder than ever.
Not Harry! Not Harry! Please, I'll do anything.
Get away from him. Get away from him, girl.
Harry! Harry wakes up on the floor. I'm sorry, he says. He does not need to ask what happened. Eat this, says Lupin, giving him chocolate. You did well for your first try. I heard my mother, says Harry, louder than before. We don't need to try again today, says Lupin. No, I want to learn, says Harry. I have to learn how to protect myself if they appear during a game. Try a different memory, says Lupin. The last memory was not strong enough. Harry thinks about when he helped Gryffindor win the House Cup. That was a very good memory. I'm ready, he says. Lupin opens the box again. The room becomes freezing instantly. The Dementor moves towards Harry. Harry tries the spell.
Expecto Patronum, he says.
But again, he hears voices. A man is shouting now. The man is scared. He is shouting in fear.
Lily, take Harry and run. It's him. Go, run. I'll try to stop him.
There is the sound of someone running. A door opens loudly. The evil laughter. Harry falls again. Harry! Harry! Wake up! Lupin is shaking Harry's shoulders.
I heard my father, Harry says. That's the first time I've ever heard his voice.
You heard James? Lupin asks in a strange voice.
Did you know my father?
Yes, I did know him, says Lupin. We were friends at Hogwarts. Let's stop now, he continues. It's too much.
No, Harry stands up. I want to try again. I need to think of a happier memory, that's all.
Harry thinks about when he discovered he was a wizard. He remembers when he learned he was leaving the Dursleys and going to Hogwarts. He is ready. Lupin opens the box for the third time. The Dementor appears again. The room becomes dark and cold.
Expecto Patronum! Harry shouts. Expecto Patronum! Expecto Patronum!
A big silver shadow comes out of his wand. It fills the space between Harry and the Dementor. He hears the screams again, but they are softer now. They sound like they are coming from behind a very strong door. Harry begins to feel weak. He does not know how long he can continue the charm.
Ridiculous!
Shouts Lupin. Harry's Patronus charm disappears, and so does the Dementor. Lupin pushes the boggart back into the box. The boggart has turned into a bright silver ball. Lupin closes the box quickly.
Great job, Harry!
Lupin says. Very good start.
Can we try again?
Asks Harry. Not today. Eat this chocolate and rest. Same time next week?
Okay,
says Harry. Before he leaves, he asks,
If you knew my father, did you also know Sirius Black?
Why do you ask? Lupin says, looking angry.
Nothing, says Harry. I just knew they were friends at Hogwarts too, my father and Black.
Lupin relaxes. Yes, he says, I knew him. At least, I thought I knew him. It's getting late. It's time for you to get back to Gryffindor. Harry leaves. Harry walks back, thinking about his parents. He is confused and sad. If he learns this charm, maybe he won't hear their voices anymore.
They're gone, he says. and I can't change that. It makes no sense to listen to their voices. You need to focus.
Life returns to normal for Harry. He trains harder for the next Quidditch game. He keeps asking McGonagall about the firebolt. He asks so many times that she gets angry at him.
If you ask me one more time, Potter, I'll throw your firebolt into the fire. When they finish the examination, I will tell you. Now, stop asking me.
Harry keeps practicing with Lupin, but it's still hard. His Patronus is not strong enough. He feels sad and angry. He still wants to hear his parents' voices. "You are doing very well," Lupin says. "You'll be ready if the Dementors come during a game." One night, Harry asks,
Professor Lupin, what is under a Dementor's hood? I can't see their faces.
"Well, the people who see their faces cannot tell us."
Why?
"There is something called the Dementor's kiss," continues Lupin. "It is when a Dementor wants to destroy someone completely. They put their mouths over the victim's mouth and eat their soul."
They kill their victim?
asks Harry, very afraid. "They don't kill them," says Lupin. "They take their soul. The person stays alive, but they feel nothing. They have no self. Their soul is gone. The Ministry will let the Dementors do that to Sirius Black," Lupin adds.
"He deserves it,"
says Harry. "Does anyone really deserve that?" Lupin asks softly.
"Yes,"
Harry says, feeling his hatred for Black.
"At least for some things."
He wants to tell Lupin what he heard at the Three Broomsticks. The conversation about Black and his parents. That Black is a traitor. But he does not say anything. Finally, Harry leaves. On his way back to Gryffindor, Harry is thinking. He almost walks into Professor McGonagall.
"Oh, do pay attention, Potter," she yells.
"Sorry, Professor," says Harry.
"I just left Gryffindor. I was looking for you," she says.
Professor McGonagall is carrying something big in her arms.
"Well, here it is. We examined it for every curse and dark magic spell."
She gives Harry what she is holding. It is his firebolt.
"I can have it back?"
he asks.
"Yes, I imagine you'll need it for the game on Saturday. Try to win this time, please," she says with a smile.
Harry goes to the common room. Everyone runs to see the broom and touch it.
"Can I try it tomorrow?"
asks Ron.
"Sure,"
says Harry. He feels happy again.
"You know, Ron, we should try to talk to Hermione again. She was only trying to help."
"Yeah, you're right," says Ron. "She's over there, working like usual."
"She has so many classes," says Ron. Divination is at the same time as arithmancy, but she goes to both. Let's not worry now, says Harry. I'll go talk to her. Can you take the broom upstairs to the room? Of course, says Ron. I need to give Scabbers his medicine. I'll take it upstairs. Ron happily runs up the stairs carrying the firebolt. Harry goes to Hermione. She is working. I see you got your broom back, she says. Yes, says Harry. There was nothing wrong with it, you know. There might have been something wrong with it, says Hermione. Now you know it's safe. You were right, Harry starts to say. Then Ron runs in. Look! He yells. Ron is walking towards them. He is holding his bedsheet. Look! He yells again. Ron, what? Hermione starts to ask. Scabbers! Look! Scabbers! No, says Hermione in desperation. Scabbers is gone! Ron throws the bedsheet onto the table in front of Hermione. Harry and Hermione look. There is blood on the bedsheet and orange fur from a cat. Chapter 13. Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. It looks like Ron and Hermione will not be friends anymore. Ron is very angry because Hermione did not try to stop Crookshanks. Hermione is angry because Ron says Crookshanks is a bad cat. Scabbers is gone. There is blood on the sheet and cat hair. Hermione thinks Crookshanks is not guilty. She tells Ron to look harder for Scabbers. Harry thinks Crookshanks ate Scabbers. He tries to tell Hermione the reason, but she gets very angry. I knew you would agree with Ron, she says. First the firebolt, now Scabbers. Everything is my fault. Just leave me alone, Harry. I have a lot of work to do. Harry wants Ron to feel better. He takes Ron to the last Quidditch practice before the big game with Ravenclaw. He says Ron can ride the firebolt after practice. Madam Hooch sees the new broom. She is surprised and very interested. She looks at it carefully and remembers when she had a new broom as a young witch. Oliver Wood, the captain of Gryffindor, talks to the team. We know who Ravenclaw's seeker is, he says. It's Cho Chang. She is good, but she has an old broom. She won't be a problem for you, Harry, not with your new firebolt. Wood looks at Harry's broom with a little jealousy. Okay, everyone, let's practice. Harry finally rides the firebolt. It is better than he dreamed. It turns very quickly. It seems to read his mind before he makes a decision. It flies so fast that the stadium around him looks like a gray blur. Harry, I'm letting the snitch out, shouts Wood. Harry turns and flies faster than a bludger. He sees the snitch go up from the ground.
He flies after it. In less than 10 seconds, he catches it. The team cheers. Harry lets the snitch go free again. After a minute, he flies after it once more. He moves in and out and around the other players. He sees the snitch again and dives toward it. He catches it easily. It is Harry's best practice ever. The team feels very ready for the game. After practice, Wood says, "I don't think anyone can stop us tomorrow. I think we're going to win. Unless..." He looks at Harry. "The Dementors won't be at the game," says Fred. "Dumbledore is angry with them." "I hope they are not there," says Wood. Harry is not sure he can stop a Dementor. Practice ends. Harry stays behind so Ron can ride the firebolt. They stay until it gets dark. Madam Hooch tells them to go back to the castle. They walk near the forest. Then Harry sees something between the trees. He sees two bright eyes in the dark. He stops.
"What is it?"
asks Ron. Harry takes out his wand.
"Lumos!"
Light comes from his wand. It lights the trees. Harry relaxes. It is Crookshanks. "Go away!" shouts Ron. Ron picks up a rock and throws it at the cat. Crookshanks runs into the forest. "He's probably eating birds in there," says Ron. Harry doesn't say anything. He thought the eyes were the eyes of the Grim. They walk fast toward the castle. They do not talk. When they get to the painting to enter the Gryffindor common room, they see Neville Longbottom. Sir Cadogan, the painting guard, is shouting at Neville.
"Neville, what happened?"
asks Ron.
"I forgot the password,"
says Neville sadly.
"He won't let me in. I had a piece of paper with all the passwords for the week, but I lost it, I think."
Harry and Ron shake their heads.
"Caput Draconis,"
says Ron. The painting opens and they go in. At breakfast the next day, Harry comes to the great hall with the firebolt. All the children are excited. Many come to look and touch it. But the Slytherin children do not look happy. While Harry eats, he hears a mean, cold voice.
"Are you sure you can fly that thing, Potter?"
It is Malfoy with Crabbe and Goyle.
"Yes, I can fly it,"
says Harry, trying to sound calm.
"Too bad it doesn't have a parachute," says Malfoy. "You might fall off if you see a Dementor."
Crabbe and Goyle laugh.
"Too bad your broom doesn't have arms," says Harry. "Then it could catch the snitch for you."
The Gryffindor table laughs. Malfoy looks angry and walks away. The game is about to begin. The weather is cool and clear. Harry is nervous. The stadium is full. He puts his wand inside his shirt just in case he needs it. He hopes he will not. He also hopes Professor Lupin is watching. Wood talks to the team. If we lose today, we're out of the race for the cup. But fly like we did in practice, and we will win. The teams walk onto the field. Harry sees the Ravenclaw seeker, Cho Chang. She is small and the only girl on the team. Harry thinks she is very pretty. She smiles at him, and his stomach feels strange.
"On your brooms," says Madam Hooch. "Wait for my whistle. 3, 2, 1.
Harry flies fast into the sky.
The game begins,
says the commentator.
Everyone wants to see what Harry Potter can do with the new firebolt. Gryffindor has the ball. Katie Bell is going to the goal.
Harry flies the other way. He looks for the snitch. He sees Cho is following him. She is a good flyer. Harry leans forward and goes faster. Cho is farther behind him now.
Katie is almost crushed by a bludger. She goes to the goal. She prepares. Goal! Gryffindor scores!
Then Harry sees it. The snitch is low to the ground. He dives. Cho sees him and follows. Harry dives faster. He is very excited.
Oh no! Potter doesn't see the bludger!
At the last second, Harry sees the bludger and turns. He almost falls. He flies again, but the snitch is gone. The whole crowd yells in disappointment. The game goes on.
Gryffindor is winning 80-0. And that firebolt is amazing. Potter is too fast. Cho's broom can't keep up.
Professor McGonagall shouts at the commentator, "Jordan, you are not here to sell firebolts. Talk about the game." Harry flies high over the field. Then he sees something gold. The snitch is near the goalposts. He flies at it, but Cho flies in front of him. She is not chasing the snitch. She is blocking Harry. She smiles. She is better than Harry thought. But Harry has a plan. He flies high, then dives fast. Cho thinks Harry is chasing the snitch, but it is a trick. He pulls up just before the ground, then shoots up again. There, he sees the snitch again. He flies faster and faster. Cho is far below. Then Cho screams. Harry looks down. 3 Dementors are on the field. They are dark with covered faces. They are looking at him. Harry does not stop. He dives straight at them. He takes out his wand. "Expecto Patronum!" he yells. A big silver light comes out. He knows it is his Patronus, but he doesn't wait to see what happens. He keeps chasing the snitch. He flies faster. He reaches out. He catches the snitch. Madam Hooch blows the whistle. The game is over.
Gryffindor wins!
The team flies to Harry shouting. Everyone in the stadium cheers. Students run onto the field. Harry hears a voice. That was a great Patronus! It is Professor Lupin. He looks happy and a little nervous.
I wasn't afraid at all, says Harry. The Dementors didn't hurt me.
That's because they weren't real Dementors, says Lupin. Come and see. Harry follows him. On the ground, in black clothes, are Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and Marcus Flint, captain of the Slytherin team. They are trying to take off their dark robes. Professor McGonagall is there. She is very angry. That was a bad joke, she says. You tried to stop the Gryffindor Seeker. Detention for all of you, and 50 points from Slytherin, she says. I will tell Dumbledore. Here he is now. Harry and Ron run away laughing. Gryffindor wins. Malfoy is stuck in his robe, and he has detention. It is a perfect day. Everyone goes to the Gryffindor common room to celebrate. There is food, drinks, and candy. But Hermione is not happy. She is in a corner reading a big book. Harry goes to her.
Did you see the game?
He asks.
Yes, she says. You played well. Come join the party, he says. I can't, she says. I must finish this book by Monday. And Ron doesn't want me here.
She looks at Ron. He is looking at Hermione with an angry look.
Scabbers would love this party, he says loudly.
Hermione begins to cry. She picks up her book and runs to her room. Harry feels bad.
She doesn't care about what happened to Scabbers, says Ron. She acts like Scabbers went on a trip.
The party ends when Professor McGonagall comes. She is in pajamas. It is 1 o'clock in the morning. Harry and Ron go to their room. Harry is tired. He jumps into bed and falls asleep immediately. Harry has strange dreams. He dreams he is in the forest. He follows a silver light. It moves fast through the trees. He runs after it. He hears the sound of hooves galloping through the forest ahead of him. Then he is in a clearing.
Ah! No!
Harry wakes up. He opens his bed curtain. The other children wake up. Harry hears a door slam downstairs. Ron shouts, "Black! Sirius Black! He was here with a knife!" "What?" says Harry. "Look! He cut my bed curtain!" It's true. Ron's curtains are cut and torn. Everyone runs downstairs. Professor McGonagall comes. "What is going on?" she yells. "Did the party start again?" "Ron had a nightmare," says Percy. He is angry with his brother. "It wasn't a nightmare," Ron shouts.
Black was here with a knife. McGonagall looks at him. That's silly. How could he come in here? Ask him. Ron points at the painting. McGonagall goes outside. She looks at the painting. Sir Cadogan, did someone come in?
Yes, my lady,
he says. But the password, says McGonagall in disbelief. Everyone is shocked.
He had the password, says Cadogan. He had a paper with all the week's passwords. He read them all to me.
McGonagall goes back into the common room.
Which of you? She begins to ask.
Her voice is shaking in fear and anger.
Which one of you silly children wrote all of the passwords onto a piece of paper for anyone to see?
There is no sound from any of the children, except a small, terrified squeak. Neville Longbottom raises his hand slowly. His whole body is shaking in fear. Chapter 14. Snape's Hate. The children in Gryffindor Tower do not sleep that night. The teachers are walking around the castle again. They are looking for Sirius Black. In the morning, Professor McGonagall comes back and says that Black has escaped again. Sir Cadogan is not guarding the Gryffindor door anymore. His painting is taken away, and the fat lady returns. Her painting is fixed, but she is still afraid. She agrees to come back only with help. Now, big security trolls stand outside her painting. Because of what happened, Ron becomes more popular than Harry. Everyone wants to hear his story. One day, a group of second-year girls asks him to tell them what happened. Ron smiles and says, "I was sleeping. I heard a loud sound like something tearing. I thought it was a dream. Then I woke up and saw him. He looked like a skeleton with long, dirty hair and a big knife. He looked at me and I screamed. Then he ran away. The girls scream and run too." Ron turns to Harry and asks, "Why did he run away?" Harry also wonders why Black didn't try to kill Ron first, then kill him. Neville is not popular anymore. Professor McGonagall is very angry with him. She gives him detention, stops him from going to Hogsmeade, and does not let him know the tower password. He has to wait outside for someone to let him in. The next day, his grandmother sends him a howler letter at breakfast. That morning, Harry gets a letter too, from Hagrid.
Dear Harry, would you like to come and have tea with me this afternoon at 6? I'll come and get you. Wait for me in the entrance hall. You are not allowed out of the castle alone. Cheers, Hagrid.
He probably wants to talk about Buckbeak, says Harry. That afternoon, Harry and Ron go to meet Hagrid. He is already waiting and walks them to his home. Buckbeak is lying on Hagrid's bed, eating rabbits. Harry sees a big brown suit and an orange tie. "What is that for?" he asks.
It's my suit for Buckbeak's trial. It's on Friday. We are going to London by night bus,"
says Hagrid. Harry and Ron feel bad. They forgot the trial is so soon. Hagrid gives them tea. The cakes are hard like rocks, so they don't eat them.
"I need to talk to you two," Hagrid says. "It's about Hermione. She is sad and lonely. You stop talking to her about the firebolt. Then you got angry because of her cat."
"Her cat ate Scabbers," Ron says.
"No, her cat is just being a cat," says Hagrid. "She's helping with Buckbeak's case. She found some good ideas. Maybe we can win."
"Sorry we didn't help more," says Harry.
"It's okay," says Hagrid. "But I thought you two were better friends than that."
Harry and Ron feel worse. Later, they go back to the Gryffindor common room. Students are reading a new bulletin note on the wall. There is a trip to Hogsmeade this weekend. Hermione appears behind a big pile of books. "Harry, if you go again, I'll tell Professor McGonagall about the map."
"Harry, did you hear someone talking?" says Ron angrily.
"Harry, it's not safe. What if Black finds you?" says Hermione.
"Are you trying to get Harry kicked out?" Ron yells.
Hermione runs away crying.
"How about it?" says Ron. "This time we go to the joke shop."
Harry says yes.
"But if I go to Hogsmeade this time, I'll take the invisibility cloak."
On Saturday, students leave for Hogsmeade. Harry waits until all the children are gone. Hermione sees him stay behind. Then he picks up his bag and goes to the one-eyed witch. He looks at the map. Oh no! Snape is coming. Harry quickly opens the secret door and throws his bag inside. Snape finds Harry near the statue.
"Why are you here, Potter?" he asks. "You always seem to be places you should not be. You should go back to your tower where you belong."
Harry says nothing and runs up to the third floor. When Snape leaves, Harry waits, then goes back and slides into the tunnel. Harry moves fast through the tunnel and reaches Hogsmeade. He wears his cloak and goes through the candy shop trap door. Outside, Ron is waiting. Harry taps his shoulder. "It's me,"
What took you so long? Snape almost caught me."
They visit the post office and joke shop. Harry gives Ron some gold. Ron buys funny things for Harry. Then they walk up the hill to the Howling House, the scariest house near Hogwarts. It is locked and no one goes inside. Harry wants to take off the cloak, but he hears voices. It is Malfoy with Crabbe and Goyle.
"My father went to Buckbeat's trial," says Malfoy. "I wish I could watch that giant idiot lose."
Malfoy suddenly sees Ron. He starts to tease him.
"Do you want to live in that old Howling House, Weasley?"
he says in a mean voice. Crabbe and Goyle laugh. Ron is angry and wants to attack Malfoy, but Harry says, "Let me do it." Harry, still invisible, picks up some mud from the path.
"We were talking about your friend Hagrid, Weasley," says Malfoy. "Do you think he'll cry when they cut off that hippogriff's head?"
The mud hits Malfoy's head.
"Who did that?"
Malfoy shouts.
"Maybe the ghosts from the Howling House," says Ron, laughing.
Crabbe and Goyle are scared. They can't fight ghosts. Harry moves down the path and picks up some smelly, stinky green mud. Harry throws more mud. Crabbe and Goyle are covered in it. Malfoy runs at Ron, but Harry puts out his foot. Malfoy trips and falls. He pulls off part of Harry's cloak. Malfoy sees Harry's head. Then Harry quickly pulls the cloak back.
"Run!"
Ron yells. Harry has been discovered. Harry runs back through the tunnel. He must arrive before Malfoy has time to tell a teacher. Finally, he arrives at the slide under the witch. He hides the cloak inside and climbs out. He hears footsteps coming around the corner. It is Snape. "Come with me, Potter," he says. Snape takes Harry to his office. "Malfoy told me a strange story," he says. "He was talking to Weasley. He said he was attacked with mud. How do you think that happened?"
"I don't know, Professor,"
says Harry. Snape looks at Harry very suspiciously. "Then Mr. Malfoy says he saw you. But he did not see you. He only saw your head."
"Maybe he should go to the hospital building to see Madame Pomfrey," says Harry, "to check his vision."
"Why was your head in Hogsmeade, Potter? No part of your body is allowed to be in Hogsmeade."
"I was in Gryffindor Tower the whole time, Professor," Harry lies.
"Can someone confirm that?" asks Snape with a mean smile on his face. As you know, he continues, everyone from the Ministry of Magic and the castle has been working to protect Harry Potter from Sirius Black. But the famous Harry Potter thinks he can do whatever he wants. You are very much like your father. He was arrogant too. He thought he was better than everyone else. He had many friends, and many people liked him. He walked around Hogwarts like it was his.
My father didn't behave that way, yells Harry, and neither do I.
Your father didn't follow the rules either, continues Snape. Only losers followed the rules, not Quidditch champions. He was so arrogant.
Shut up!
Harry is filled with anger. He does not care that he is yelling at a professor. What did you say to me, Potter?
I told you to shut up about my dad. I know the truth. I know my father saved your life. You would be dead if my father didn't save you. Dumbledore told me.
Snape turns even whiter. Did Dumbledore tell you all the details? Asks Snape. Harry doesn't speak. Harry does not know all the details, and he does not care. I see you do not know all the details, Snape continues. I don't want you to have the wrong idea about your father. Let me correct you, Potter. He is no hero. Your father and his friends played a mean joke on me. It would have killed me. But your father stopped the joke. His decision was not courageous. If he had continued, they would have expelled him from Hogwarts. Snape looks at Harry closely. Take everything out of your pockets. Harry does not move. Remove the items from your pockets, or I will take you to Dumbledore's office. Remove the items now, Potter. Harry is very scared. The map is in his pocket. The map is empty, but he is worried Snape will know what it is. Harry empties his pockets. Snape sees the things from Zonko's joke store.
Ron gave those to me, says Harry. He gave them to me the last time he went to Hogsmeade.
You have been carrying them all this time, Snape says. He does not believe Harry at all. Snape picks up the map. It is empty. What is this? He says, very suspicious.
It's just a piece of paper, says Harry.
Snape looks at it carefully. I'm sure you don't need an old piece of paper. I think I will throw it in the trash.
No,
yells Harry quickly. So, says Snape, is this a magic letter with invisible ink? Or possibly instructions to a secret passage to Hogsmeade?
Snape takes out his wand.
Let me see, he says. Reveal your secret, he says.
He touches the paper with his wand. Nothing happens.
Professor Snape commands you to reveal the information on this paper.
Again, he touches the paper with his wand. Suddenly, writing appears on the paper magically. Mr. Mooney says hello, and to keep your big nose out of other people's business. More words appear. Mr. Prongs thinks Snape is an ugly fool. Mr. Padfoot says Snape is too dumb to be a teacher. Mr. Wormtail says Snape has dirty hair. Snape is very angry. He throws magic powder into the fire and yells, "Lupin!" Lupin appears in the fire. He comes towards Harry and Snape. "Yes?" he asks. "I found this magic paper," says Snape. "This paper obviously has dark magic." Lupin reads the words and looks surprised. "Dark magic, Severus?" says Lupin. "This looks like a joke paper. Maybe it came from the joke shop in Hogsmeade." Snape is not happy. "Maybe he got it from the people who made it," says Snape suspiciously. "Harry, do you know these names?" asks Lupin. "No," says Harry. "See, Severus," says Lupin happily. "It must be from Zonko's joke shop." Just then, Ron runs in. "I gave him that stuff a long time ago." Lupin smiles. "Well, that solves it, doesn't it, Severus? Thank you, Harry. I'll keep this paper." "Now, Harry and Ron, come with me. I need to talk to you about your vampire homework." They leave Snape's office. Upstairs in the entrance hall, Lupin turns to them. "I know what the map is, Harry," he says. "You should have given it to a teacher, especially now, with Black in the castle. I can't let you keep it." "Professor Lupin," Harry asks, "why did Snape think I got it from the map's makers?" "Because they would want you to sneak out," Lupin says. "They would think it was funny." "Do you know the map makers?" "I've met them before," Lupin says quickly. He looks at Harry very seriously. "I won't protect you from Snape again. I can't make you fear Sirius Black. But you must remember, your parents died to protect you. I think your parents would be sad that you're acting like this." Lupin walks away. Harry feels very bad. He and Ron walk back to Gryffindor Tower. As they get near the entrance, they see Hermione. "I guess you heard what happened,"
says Ron angrily at her.
Are you here to make fun of us, or did you tell McGonagall about us?
No, Hermione says. She is holding a letter.
I just thought you should know. Hagrid lost his case. They are going to execute Buckbeak.
Chapter 15. The Quidditch Final.
Hagrid sent me this letter,
Hermione says.
It says he lost the case, but they will let him bring Buckbeak back to Hogwarts. They will decide the execution date later.
They can't do this, Harry shouts. They can't. Buckbeak isn't dangerous.
Malfoy's father scared the committee,
Hermione says. She is crying.
Hagrid will try to change the decision, but it won't work.
Yes, it will, Ron says strongly.
You won't have to do everything alone, Hermione. We'll help you.
Oh, Ron! Hermione runs and hugs Ron around his neck. She cries harder. Ron is scared. He doesn't know what to do. Ron, I'm really sorry about Scabbers, she says, wiping her eyes. Oh, well, he was old, Ron says, happy she isn't hugging him anymore. And he didn't help much. Maybe my parents will get me an owl now. The only time Harry, Ron, and Hermione can talk to Hagrid is during his Care of Magical Creatures class. But Hagrid doesn't think the children can help.
Lucius Malfoy controls the whole committee, he says sadly. They will do what he says.
Hagrid walks home after class. He is crying again. The children walk back to the castle.
Have you ever seen a bigger crybaby than that silly giant? So weak,
Malfoy says to Crabbe and Goyle. Everyone hears him. Harry and Ron both move to hit Malfoy, but Hermione gets there first. She slaps him hard across the face. Malfoy almost falls. Harry, Ron, Crabbe, and Goyle all stare at Hermione. She raises her hand to hit him again.
Don't call Hagrid weak, you bad, you evil
Hermione, Ron says. She ignores him. She takes out her wand. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle run away fast. Wow, Hermione, that was amazing, Ron says, surprised.
Harry, you must beat him in the Quidditch final,
Hermione yells, very angry.
You must win, because I can't stand it if Slytherin wins.
They run to their next class with Professor Flitwick. They are late. Harry and Ron sit together, but Hermione isn't there.
Where's Hermione?
Ron asks.
She was just here.
Maybe she went to the bathroom, Harry says. But Hermione never comes to class. She isn't at lunch either.
Do you think Malfoy did something to her?
Ron asks, worried. They hurry to Gryffindor Tower. The fat lady lets them in After Harry says the password,
Flibberty-gibbet.
Hermione is in the common room. She is sleeping at a table. Her head is on an open arithmancy book.
Hermione!
Harry shakes her awake.
What?
She says, confused.
Is it time to go? Which class do I have now? We have divination next,
Harry says,
but not for half an hour. Hermione, why didn't you go to charms class earlier? What? Oh, no!
Hermione cries.
I forgot charms class.
But how? Harry asks.
You were with us until we went into Flitwick's room. I must have lost track of time,
Hermione says, upset.
I think you're going crazy,
Ron says.
You're doing too much.
Hermione doesn't like divination. She thinks it's useless. Professor Trelawney doesn't like Hermione. They argue in class.
Divination is silly,
Hermione yells at Professor Trelawney. She stands up fast. She throws her books into her bag.
I'm leaving. I could be learning something useful.
She walks out quickly.
Remember, students,
Professor Trelawney says,
I told you one of you would leave by Easter. Seeing the future isn't always happy.
Harry and Ron are surprised Hermione was so rude to a teacher. She must really be going crazy, Ron thinks. Harry is just happy they aren't studying hands anymore. Crystal balls are fine for him. The school year goes on. Classes are harder than ever. Ron works in the library to help Hagrid and Buckbeak. Hermione works harder than anyone. She is always tired and angry. Harry practices twice as much for the Quidditch final against Slytherin. Gryffindor must win by more than 50 points to win the House Cup. It will be very hard. Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor captain, reminds Harry every day. Only catch the snitch if we are winning by more than 50 points, Harry, he says. Only then, or we win the game but lose the cup. Do you understand? Only catch the snitch if...
I know, Oliver, I know,
Harry finally yells. Harry only thinks about the game. He wants to win, to see Malfoy lose in front of everyone. Everyone at Hogwarts is excited. The teams argue in the halls. One day, a Gryffindor 4th year fights a Slytherin 6th year. Both go to the hospital. Even Hermione can't focus.
I can't work. I can't think,
she says nervously. The night before the game, Harry doesn't sleep well. He dreams Slytherin is riding dragons. Malfoy's dragon shoots fire at him. And he falls off his firebolt. He wakes up scared, thinking he missed the game. But it's still early. He looks outside. It is dark, but it will be a beautiful day, no wind. Then he sees something move near the Forbidden Forest. It can't be the Grim, not before the big game. He puts on his glasses to see better. It's Crookshanks, the orange cat. Harry can see something else moving in the shadows of the trees. Suddenly, Harry sees it clearly. A gigantic, shaggy black dog comes out of the trees and moves across the grass. Crookshanks is walking next to the huge dog. Harry can't believe what he is seeing. What does it mean? He tries to wake Ron. What's happening? It's still dark, Ron mumbles. Harry looks again. The dog and cat are gone. At breakfast, the whole school cheers for Gryffindor. The Slytherin table hisses and boos. The teams go to the field. The crowd cheers loudly. Most of the fans are wearing Gryffindor red, but behind the Slytherin goals, 200 supporters wear green. Professor Snape sits in front, smiling meanly.
Captains, shake hands,
Madam Hooch yells. Wood and Flint shake hands hard, almost breaking each other's fingers.
Mount your brooms. Wait for the whistle. 3, 2, 1.
The crowd roars. Harry flies up fast. He must wait until Gryffindor is ahead by 50 points.
Gryffindor has the quaffle,
The commentator yells.
Alicia Spinnet moves towards the Slytherin goals. Oh no! Slytherin takes it.
The game moves fast.
Slytherin drops the quaffle. Gryffindor has it. Angelina flies around Montague. She shoots. She scores! 10-0. Gryffindor.
The crowd cheers, but Slytherin attacks. Ouch! Flint hits Angelina hard. Sorry, Flint lies. I didn't see her. Fred Weasley throws his club at Flint's head. Flint begins to bleed.
Penalty shot to Gryffindor for illegal attack on their chaser. Penalty shot to Slytherin for deliberate attack on their chaser,
Yells Madam Hooch.
Alicia takes aim for the penalty shot.
Lee says quietly.
Goal! She beats the keeper. 20-0 Gryffindor. Now it's Slytherin's chance.
Lee continues.
Wood is a great keeper. It's a difficult shot. I don't believe it! Wood saves it!
Harry is relieved. Gryffindor is still winning by 20 points.
Katie Bell has the quaffle now for Gryffindor. She's zooming up the field. Hey, that was on purpose.
Montague, a Slytherin chaser, moved in front of Katie. Instead of grabbing the quaffle, he grabbed her head. Katie almost fell off her broom.
30-0. Another penalty goal for Gryffindor. That Slytherin team are dirty cheaters.
Jordan,
yells McGonagall.
No one wants your opinions here. Just comment on the game.
Harry looks for the snitch. His strategy is to block Malfoy until they lead by 50. Harry is more nervous than ever. They are winning by 30 points. Then he sees it. The snitch is near the Gryffindor goalposts. Has Malfoy seen it too? Harry has a plan. He speeds off in the opposite direction. Malfoy believes him. He thinks Harry has seen the snitch. Malfoy chases Harry. Suddenly, two bludgers attack Harry at the same time. He almost falls off his firebolt. Harry speeds away to safety.
What a move by Potter! That firebolt is too fast for you, Slytherin slowpokes. Now, Gryffindor has possession. Angelina takes it to the goalposts. Oh no! Flint in possession now. Flint toward the Gryffindor goalposts. Come on, Wood, save it!
But Flint scores. The Slytherin fans erupt with cheers and clapping. Lee Jordan, the commentator, says so many bad words that Professor McGonagall almost takes away his magical megaphone. The game is becoming dangerous. Slytherin is committing many illegal actions. But Gryffindor retaliates in illegal ways too. Madam Hooch gives both teams penalty shots. Gryffindor scores, and Wood makes another incredible save. Gryffindor is winning 40-10. Katie scores. Gryffindor is winning 50-10 now. They are winning by 40 points. Slytherin commits another foul against Wood. Madam Hooch is losing her patience.
You do not attack the keeper unless the quaffle is in the area,
she yells at the Slytherin players who attacked Wood.
Gryffindor penalty.
And Angelina scores. Gryffindor is winning 60-10. Gryffindor takes advantage and quickly scores again, 70-10. They are 60 points in the lead. If Harry catches the snitch now, Gryffindor will win the cup. Harry feels the excitement inside him. He is flying high above the field. Malfoy is speeding behind him. Then Harry sees it. The snitch is only a few meters above him. Harry leans forward and flies straight up into the air. He reaches out his hand to grab the snitch. Suddenly, the firebolt begins to slow down. Harry doesn't know what is happening. He turns around and he sees Malfoy. He is holding the tail of Harry's firebolt and pulling on it. Harry wants to hit Malfoy, but he will fall off his broom if he does. Harry looks in front of him, but the snitch has disappeared.
Penalty! Penalty!
Yells Madam Hooch.
I have never seen so many illegal actions.
Malfoy, you cheating scum!
Yells Lee Jordan into his magic megaphone, but this time Professor McGonagall does not tell him to be quiet. She is angrier than she has ever been in her whole life, and she is shouting at Malfoy too. Alicia takes the penalty, but she misses. Gryffindor is losing their concentration. But that is Slytherin's strategy, and Slytherin is committing even more illegal actions.
Slytherin are in possession now. Montague heading towards the goal. He sees an opening. Slytherin scores! 70-20.
Harry is marking Malfoy very closely now. He does not want him near the snitch. Malfoy complains.
Angelina Johnson has the quaffle for Gryffindor. Come on, Angelina, come on!
Harry looks around. All the Slytherin players are flying to block Angelina. Harry leans forward and flies like a rocket straight into the Slytherin players. They all fly off in different directions.
Angelina's way is clear. She scores! She scores! Gryffindor leads by 80 points to 20.
Harry returns to the middle of the field. He looks up. His heart almost stops. Malfoy is diving fast towards the ground, towards the snitch. Harry sees the snitch. Harry does not think he will be able to reach the snitch in time. He leans forward again and dives as fast as he can. He is getting closer and closer to Malfoy. He is right behind him now. They are speeding side by side. The snitch is right in front of them. Malfoy reaches out his hand, but Harry lets go of his firebolt. He pushes Malfoy's hand away with his left hand, and with his other hand...
Yes! Potter has the snitch!
The crowd goes wild with cheering. The snitch is in his hand. Its wings are flapping rapidly. Harry's teammates fly towards him and surround him. They all jump on Harry. Oliver Wood is crying. "You did it, Harry! We've won the House Cup! We've won the cup!" The Gryffindor supporters surround their Quidditch team. Hagrid is there, laughing and clapping, and Professor McGonagall is crying like a little child. Then Ron and Hermione appear next to Harry. They have no words to say, they are so happy. The Gryffindor fans carry Harry and his teammates on their shoulders to Professor Dumbledore. He is holding the House Cup. He gives the cup to Wood. Then Wood gives the cup to Harry. If a Dementor appeared right now, Harry thinks, he could produce the most powerful Patronus in the world. Chapter 16. Trelawney's Prediction. Harry feels very happy and excited after winning the Quidditch Cup. But that feeling does not last long. After 1 week, exams are about to begin. The children do not have time to rest or enjoy the good weather. They must study hard for their exams. Hermione studies more than anyone. She has 2 exams on Monday morning, arithmancy and transfiguration, at the same time. Ron is too scared to ask her how she plans to take both of the exams. One day, while they are in the Gryffindor common room, Hedwig the owl flies in with a letter for Harry.
"It's from Hagrid," says Harry. "It's about Buckbeak. The appeal is on Friday." "That's the same day we finish our exams," says Hermione. "And they are coming here to give the answer. Someone from the Ministry of Magic and an executioner," says Harry sadly. "An executioner?" Hermione shouts. "That means they already want to kill Buckbeak." "That's not fair," says Harry. "They can't do that," says Ron. "I found a lot of information to help Hagrid. They can't ignore it."
But Harry feels that the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures has already made their decision. Lucius Malfoy is very powerful. There is nothing they can do. The exams begin. They have been studying very hard to take their exams. They are tired, anxious, and worried, all at the same time. They study all day and all night. They do not sleep much. In Transfiguration, to pass their exam, they must change a teapot into a turtle. Some turtles have teapot tails. Others blow steam. In Charms class, with Professor Flitwick, they must use a cheering charm on a partner. Harry uses too much magic on Ron. Ron laughs for almost 1 hour and cannot stop. After dinner, they return to the common room to study for the next exams. Care of magical creatures, potions, and astronomy. Hagrid is very worried about Buckbeak, so for his exam he makes it very easy. The students only have to take care of a flobberworm. Harry thinks it is the easiest exam ever. But potions class is a problem. It is a disaster. Harry cannot make his potion turn green. Snape watches him and writes something down in a small notebook. Harry thinks Snape gives him a 0. On Thursday, they have their Defense Against the Dark Arts exam. Professor Lupin makes an obstacle course with many creatures. The students must fight each one: Grindylows, Redcaps, Hinkypunks, and then a Boggart. Harry does very well. "Excellent, Harry," says Lupin. "You passed with a high score." Harry watches Ron and Hermione do their tests. They are good too, but Hermione's Boggart is strange. It turns into Professor McGonagall. "She said I failed all my exams," Hermione cries. She is very stressed and cannot calm down. When they return to the castle, they see Cornelius Fudge. "Oh, hello, Harry," says Fudge. "Are you finishing your exams?" "Yes," says Harry. "I'm sorry I have to see you in such a difficult situation," says Fudge. "I'm here because of the Hippogriff.
The committee needs a witness for the execution."
"So the appeal is finished?" asks Ron.
"No, not yet," says Fudge. "The appeal is this afternoon."
"So maybe they won't kill Buckbeak?" asks Ron, still hopeful.
But before Fudge can answer, 2 men come out of the hall. One is old and one is younger with a black mustache. He has a big, shiny axe on his belt. Before Ron can speak again, they walk back into the castle. Harry's last exam is divination. This exam is one-on-one with Professor Trelawney. Neville leaves the room looking confused and worried.
"Have you ever seen anything in a crystal ball, Harry?" he asks.
"No, never," says Harry.
"What did she ask you to do, Neville?" "I can't tell you, Harry," says Neville. "Trelawney says I will have a bad accident if I tell anyone about the exam," says Neville.
"That's convenient," says Ron in a sarcastic way. Neville runs away quickly, almost white with fear. Ron goes next. When he comes back, he says,
"I didn't see anything in the crystal ball. I made up a story. I don't think she believed me."
Finally, Trelawney calls Harry. Harry goes up the ladder into the hot, red room. Professor Trelawney is waiting.
"Good day, my dear," she says quietly. "Please, look into the crystal ball. Take your time. Tell me what you see."
Harry looks. He sees nothing, only smoke. But he wants to leave quickly, so he pretends.
"I see a dark shape," says Harry.
"What kind of shape?" she asks.
Harry thinks about Buckbeak.
"It looks like a hippogriff," he says.
"Oh, is the hippogriff alive?" she asks.
"Yes,"
says Harry.
"Are you sure? No blood?" she asks.
"No, he's flying away," says Harry.
"Well, dear, we will stop now. You did your best."
Harry stands up to leave. He is happy. But then her voice changes.
"It will happen tonight,"
she says in a strange, aggressive voice.
"What?" says Harry.
He looks at Trelawney, frightened. Her head is leaning back. Her eyes are rolled up, white. She does not answer. She looks very sick. Harry wants to run to the hospital building to get help. Then she speaks again in a deep voice.
"The Dark Lord is alone. His servant has been in prison for 12 years. Tonight, before midnight, the servant will escape. He will return to his master. The Dark Lord will become strong again.
Tonight, before midnight."
Then her head falls forward. She makes a strange sound. When she looks up, She is back to normal. "Oh, I think I fell asleep," she says. "Did something happen?" Harry is shocked.
"You said something about the Dark Lord."
"Oh, no, I would never say that," says Trelawney. "You must be tired too. You can go now." Harry leaves the room. He runs back to Gryffindor Tower to tell Ron and Hermione what happened. But when he arrives, he sees their sad faces.
"Buckbeak lost,"
says Ron. He is holding a letter from Hagrid. Buckbeak will be killed at sunset. Hagrid says the children should not come.
"But we have to go," says Harry. "We can't let Hagrid suffer alone." "But we can't leave the castle at night," says Ron.
"We can use the invisibility cloak," says Harry.
"Where is it?"
asks Hermione. Harry tells her where he left it, in the secret tunnel.
"If Snape sees me near the statue, I'll be in serious trouble." "Don't worry," says Hermione. "I'll get it. How do you open the door to the tunnel?" she asks. "You tap it and say, 'Descendium,'" says Harry.
Hermione nods her head and leaves quickly. Ron and Harry are surprised. Hermione has been acting very strange lately. She returns after 15 minutes with the cloak. They go to dinner with the others. When dinner is over, they leave and go into an empty room. They use the cloak and walk out of the castle. They knock on Hagrid's door. He opens it, but he sees no one.
"It's us, Hagrid,"
says Harry.
"We're under the cloak."
Hagrid is surprised.
"You shouldn't be here,"
he says. He lets them in. Hagrid has been crying.
"There's nothing we can do now," he says. "Lucius Malfoy made this happen."
Buckbeak is outside. Hagrid says,
"I don't think he knows what is going to happen."
"We'll stay with you,"
says Hermione, crying.
"Thank you," says Hagrid. "But if they find you here, you'll be in big trouble."
Hermione turns away. She walks into the kitchen so no one can see her tears. Then she shouts,
"Ron, it's Scabbers!"
"What?" says Ron. Hermione picks up a bottle. Inside is Ron's old rat.
"Scabbers!"
says Ron. Scabbers looks very sick. Ron picks him up, but he tries to escape.
"It's okay. There are no cats here."
Suddenly, Hagrid stands up.
"They are coming,"
he says. They look outside. A group of men is walking toward the house.
"Go now,"
says Hagrid. Ron puts Scabbers in his pocket. Hermione takes the cloak. They leave through the back door. Buckbeak is there, tied up. They feel sad and angry.
"Go,"
Hagrid says. He goes inside and closes the door. Harry, Ron, and Hermione go around to the front. They can hear voices. The door opens, and the men go inside Hagrid's house.
"We must hurry,"
says Hermione, but Ron stops.
"Scabbers won't stay in my pocket,"
he says. Scabbers is fighting and squeaking loudly.
"I can't hold him,"
cries Ron. The rat is squeaking loudly. The back door of Hagrid's house opens. There is the loud sound of voices again. Then silence. Then there is a sound they all recognize. The sound of an axe swinging through the air and hitting the ground. Hermione almost faints.
They did it, she whispers to Harry. I don't believe it. They killed Buckbeak.
Chapter 17. Cat, Rat, and Dog. Harry cannot believe what just happened. He, Ron, and Hermione feel very sad. Buckbeak is dead. Then they hear a loud cry like an animal in pain.
Hagrid,
says Harry in a low voice. He starts to run back to Hagrid's house, but Ron and Hermione stop him.
We can't go,
says Ron. His face is white with shock.
If we go now, Hagrid will be in even more trouble. They will know we were there. How could they kill him?
Cries Hermione. Ron puts his arm around her.
Come on, he says. Let's go back to the castle.
They walk slowly under the invisibility cloak. Scabbers keeps making noise and tries to run away.
Scabbers, be quiet,
yells Ron.
What's wrong with you? Stay still. Ouch! He bit me.
Just then, Harry sees something in the grass. It has big yellow eyes. It is Crookshanks.
Hermione, says Harry, it's Crookshanks. Oh no, not now, says Hermione. Go away, Crookshanks.
But the cat walks closer and closer.
Scabbers, no!
Ron yells. Scabbers jumps from Ron's pocket and runs away. Crookshanks chases him. Ron throws off the cloak and runs after them. Harry and Hermione look at each other, then run after Ron. The cloak flies behind them like a flag. It is hard to see in the dark. They follow Ron's voice.
Get away from him, you orange monster, he yells. Scabbers, come here.
Then, Bud!
I got you. Go away, you smelly cat.
Harry and Hermione almost fall on top of Ron. He is on the ground, but Scabbers is back in his pocket.
Ron, come on, under the cloak, says Hermione. Dumbledore and Fudge will be back soon.
But before they can do anything, they hear something big running toward them. Something very big. It is an enormous black dog. Harry tries to take out his wand, but too late. The dog jumps high into the air and puts its front legs on Harry's chest. Harry falls back. But the dog falls over Harry. It stands up quickly and turns around. The dog growls deeply and shows its big teeth. It jumps again, but Ron steps in front of Harry and pushes him away. The dog bites Ron's arm. The dog begins to run away, pulling Ron by his arm. Harry and Hermione follow them into the darkness. Suddenly, something hard hits them and knocks them down. Harry lights his wand. Lumos! In the light, they see the whomping willow tree. Its big branches move like arms, stopping anyone from coming close. The dog is pulling Ron into a hole at the bottom of the tree. Ron tries to fight, but his head and body disappear. "Ron!" yells Harry. He tries to help, but the tree moves too fast. He can't get any closer. Before he disappears under the tree, Ron uses his leg to grab a tree root. But then there is a terrible sound. Ron's leg breaks, and a moment later, he disappears completely down the hole.
"We have to help him,"
says Hermione.
"But the tree, how do we get past it?"
asks Harry. Then Crookshanks runs in front of the tree. He puts his paws on the trunk. The tree stops moving.
"How did he know?"
asks Hermione.
"He's friends with that dog," says Harry. "I've seen them together before."
Crookshanks goes into the hole. Harry and Hermione follow. They slide down into a tunnel. It is cold and dark. They walk for a long time.
"Where does this go?"
asks Hermione.
"I think it goes to Hogsmeade,"
says Harry.
"It's on the Mischief Maker's map. Fred and George say no one uses this way."
Soon they see a light. They find stairs and go up carefully. They enter an old room. The walls are broken. The windows are covered. It is the old haunted house near Hogsmeade. Harry looks around. There is a chair. It is broken and ripped apart, like an animal destroyed it.
"Ghosts didn't break this chair,"
says Harry, pointing to broken furniture. Suddenly, they hear a noise above them. They find some old stairs and go up them. "Knocks," they whisper to turn off their lights. At the top of the stairs, they find a door. There are noises coming from behind the door. They hear someone in pain. And they hear the sound of a cat purring. Harry takes out his wand. Then he kicks the door open. In the room, there is a large bed. Crookshanks is on the bed. Ron is on the floor, his leg broken and twisted.
"Ron, are you okay?"
asks Harry.
"Where's the dog?"
"It's not a dog," Ron says.
"It's a trap."
Then the door shuts behind them. A man is standing there. He looks dirty and sick. His hair is long and messy. His eyes are dark. His smile is scary. His face looks like the face of a skull. It is Sirius Black.
"Expelliarmus!"
yells Black. Harry and Hermione's wands fly out of their hands and into Black's hand.
I knew you would come, Black says. Your father would have come too. You're brave, Harry, to come without the help of a teacher. That makes things easier.
Harry feels a deep sense of hatred for Black. For the first time in his life, Harry wants to use his magic to hurt someone. He wants to kill Sirius Black. Harry moves forward to attack Black, but Hermione and Ron hold him.
"If you want to kill Harry," says Ron, "you'll have to kill us first."
Lie down, boy, says Black, or your leg will get worse.
"I don't think you heard me," says Ron. "You will have to kill all three of us."
There will only be one death tonight, responds Black.
Harry tries to get away from Ron and Hermione.
"Harry!"
yells Hermione.
"He killed my parents!"
yells Harry. He breaks free and runs at Black. Black does not expect the sudden attack. With one hand, Harry grabs Black's hand that is holding Ron's wand. With the other hand, he punches Black in the face. They fall to the ground. Hermione screams. Ron yells, "Look out, Harry!" Black sends a flash of magic light from his wand into the air. It almost hits Harry in the head. Harry does not let go of Black's arm. Black uses his other hand to hold Harry's neck.
"I've waited too long," says Black.
Then, Black lets go of Harry's neck. Hermione has kicked Black. Ron jumps and knocks the wands out of Black's hand. Harry grabs his wand, but Crookshanks jumps on him and bites his arm. Harry throws the cat off and takes his wand. "Get out of the way!" he yells at Ron and Hermione. They move away quickly. Hermione's lip is bleeding. She quickly picks up her and Ron's wands. Ron falls onto the bed. His face is green with pain. Harry walks towards Black. Black is on the floor against the wall. He walks to Black and points his wand at his heart. "You killed my parents," he says.
"You don't know the whole story," says Black.
"You gave them to Voldemort," says Harry.
"Please, listen. You don't understand,"
says Black. Just then, Crookshanks jumps onto Black's chest. Harry wants to attack, but doesn't. Hermione is crying. Ron is silent, in pain. Then they hear footsteps.
"Help! Sirius Black is here!"
yells Hermione. The door opens with a bright flash of red light and smoke. Professor Lupin comes in with his wand. He sees everyone, then shouts, "Expelliarmus!" Harry's, Ron's, and Hermione's wands fly to Lupin. Harry is too late. He realizes he has missed his opportunity to kill Black. Black will go back to Azkaban. The Dementors will keep him again. Then Lupin speaks. Where is he, Sirius? Harry is confused. What does Lupin mean? Who is he talking about? Black slowly points to Ron. Ron looks terrified and completely confused. What's going on? Yells Harry. Lupin does not answer. But what he does next makes Harry angrier than ever. Lupin walks towards Black, helps him stand, then hugs him like a brother. Harry's stomach turns over and over. I don't believe it, screams Hermione. You and him? Hermione, calm down, says Lupin. I can explain. I didn't tell anyone about you, you know, she yells. Please, I can explain, says Lupin, trying to calm Hermione. I trusted you, yells Harry. He feels a flash of hate inside him for Lupin. And all this time, you were Black's friend? You're wrong, responds Lupin. I wasn't his friend, but now I am. Let me explain. No! Hermione screams. Harry, don't trust him. He's been helping Black into the castle. He wants you dead too. He's a werewolf. There is silence. Yes, I am, says Lupin. Did you discover it because I was always ill when the moon was full? Yes, she says. And your moon boggart? Lupin smiles. You are the smartest student I have seen in a long time, Hermione. You shouldn't be a teacher, yells Harry. You've been helping Black. No, says Lupin. Let me explain. Black walks slowly to the bed and sits down. Ron moves away, pulling his broken leg. Crookshanks jumps onto the bed and sits in Black's lap, purring loudly and happily. Please, let me explain everything, says Lupin calmly. Lupin gives everyone back their wand. Then he puts his wand back into a pocket in his robes. Now I have no wand. You do. Now will you listen? Harry does not know what to think anymore. If you didn't help him, how did you know he was here? Asks Harry. The map, says Lupin. The Mischief Maker's map. I was looking at it in my office. You know how it works? Harry interrupts. Of course I know how it works, says Lupin. I helped create the map. I'm Moony. That was my nickname when I was here at school. Harry is shocked. As I was saying, I was examining the map. I thought you, Ron, and Hermione were going to sneak out of the castle and visit Hagrid. I was right, wasn't I? I know you were wearing the invisibility cloak. You knew? Cries Harry. How did you know about the cloak? Do you know how many times your father used that cloak when we were at school together? Says Lupin, laughing. The cloak does not protect you from the map, though, continues Lupin. I watched you three walk to Hagrid's house, then back to the castle. But on the way back, there were 4 of you.
What? Says Harry. There weren't 4 of us.
I thought the map was broken, says Lupin. But then I saw another dot moving quickly towards you, Sirius Black. He attacked you. Then I saw him pull 2 of you towards the Whomping Willow Tree.
But he only took me,
yells Ron angrily, looking at his leg. No, Ron, continues Lupin. 2 of you. Show me your rat, Ron.
What? Says Ron, confused. What does Scabbers have to do with this?
Everything, answers Lupin. Show him to me, please. Ron slowly takes his rat out of his pocket. Scabbers is squeaking loudly, trying to escape. Lupin moves closer to Ron. Ron pulls Scabbers to his chest, trying to protect him.
Why do you want to see my rat? He asks, scared.
That's not a rat, says Sirius Black suddenly. Everyone looks at Black.
What do you mean?
Asks Ron angrily.
Of course he's a rat.
No, he's not, says Lupin calmly. He's a wizard. An animagus, says Black. An animagus by the name of Peter Pettigrew. Chapter 18. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Harry cannot believe what he is hearing. Scabbers is really Peter Pettigrew? Ron looks angry.
You're all crazy,
he yells.
That's not true. Peter Pettigrew is dead,
says Hermione.
Sirius Black killed him 12 years ago,
says Harry. He points at Black, who is sitting on the bed. I tried to kill him, says Black in a deep voice, but little Peter got away from me. I finally found him. He will not escape again. Suddenly, Black jumps up and tries to grab Scabbers. Crookshanks jumps off Black's lap. Black hits Ron's broken leg as he reaches for the rat. Sirius, no! Yells Lupin. He runs forward and holds Black. Wait, you can't kill him like this. We must tell the children everything. They need to understand. We can tell them after I kill him, says Black angrily. He pushes Lupin. Scabbers squeaks and tries to run away. He scratches Ron's face. They have a right to know, says Lupin. Ron has had Pettigrew as a pet for years, and Harry deserves to hear the truth. Black stops moving, but his eyes stay on the rat. Fine, says Black. Tell them, but be quick. I want to do the one thing I was sent to Azkaban for.
You're crazy, says Ron. I'm leaving.
He tries to stand, but Lupin points his wand at him. You're going to listen, says Lupin. Hold on to Peter.
He's not Peter, yells Ron. He's Scabbers, my rat.
Scabbers keeps trying to get away.
There were people who saw Pettigrew die, says Harry. Muggles saw it happen.
They didn't understand what they saw,
says Black. He still watches the rat. I believed he was dead too, says Lupin. But tonight I saw the truth. I saw the mischief map. And that map never lies. Peter Pettigrew is alive. Ron is holding him right now. Harry looks at Ron. This doesn't make any sense. Is Black crazy? Why would Lupin help him?
But, Professor, says Hermione, Scabbers can't be Pettigrew. I checked the Ministry records. All animagi must be in the record. Pettigrew's name is not there.
Well done, Hermione, says Lupin with a smile. You are right. But the Ministry never knew there were 3 animagi at Hogwarts. 3 who never told anyone.
Hurry, Remus, says Black. Get on with your story. I've waited 12 years.
Before Lupin can speak more, the door creaks. He checks it quickly. No one is there, he says.
This house is haunted, says Ron. It's probably just the ghosts.
It's not haunted, says Lupin. There are no ghosts here. The cries the people of Hogsmeade hear from this house, they are my cries. That is how the story starts. I was a boy when I was bitten by a werewolf. There was no cure. My parents tried to help me, but nothing worked. He looks tired now. Snape makes me a special potion. It is a new discovery. It doesn't cure me, but it keeps me safe. I drink it before the full moon. It helps me keep my human mind, even when I change into a werewolf. But long ago, we didn't have this potion. Back then, I had to come here to change. This house, this tunnel, and the Whomping Willow were all made to keep others away while I changed. Harry listens carefully. He still doesn't understand what this has to do with Black. When I was a young werewolf, it was very painful to transform. Because I was here in this house, away from other people to bite, I hurt myself every month. People in the town heard my screams. They thought this house had ghosts. Dumbledore let them believe that. It helped keep me safe. I had good friends then, says Lupin. Sirius, Peter, and your father, Harry, James Potter. They discovered my secret, but they did not leave me. They became animagi to help me. My father changed into an animal too? Asks Harry in surprise. Yes, he did, says Lupin. It took them a long time to discover how to become animagi. It is difficult magic. It can be dangerous too. That is why the Ministry of Magic controls everyone who becomes an animagus. But they became animagi illegally. James and Sirius were the smartest, and they helped Peter learn the magic. All of them were able to turn into animals whenever they wanted.
But how did that help you? Hermione asks, curious.
They knew that when I was a werewolf, I was dangerous to all humans, answers Lupin, but it was safe when they were animals. A werewolf does not harm other animals. They were my friends even when I was isolated as a werewolf. Peter was the smallest, a rat. He was able to pass the whomping willow tree and touch the secret spot. That stopped the willow tree from attacking. Then the others could come into the tunnel and stay with me. They helped me control myself. I still looked like a wolf, but I had my own human mind when they were with me.
Hurry up with your story, Remus, Black snarls.
He is still looking at Scabbers with a mean look on his face. I'm almost done with my story, Sirius, says Lupin. A little patience, please. Well, at that point, all of us could transform into animals. So we decided to leave the haunted house. We began to walk around the school grounds and in Hogsmeade at night. Sirius and James transformed into very large animals. They were able to control me while I was a werewolf. We discovered many things about Hogwarts and the area around the school. That's when we decided to create the map, the Mischief Maker's Map. We signed it with our nicknames. Sirius is Padfoot, Peter is Wormtail, James was Prongs. What kind of an animal was my father able to... Harry begins to ask, but Hermione interrupts.
That was very dangerous, to walk around at night as a werewolf. You could have bitten someone, and the others might not have been able to stop you.
Yes, says Lupin. That's almost happened several times. We always laughed after, but we were young. Sometimes I felt guilty because I was behaving badly. Dumbledore did not know about what I was doing. He used his influence to get me into the school, and I broke the rules. I acted in an unsafe way. He only wanted to protect me and others. But I was young, and I quickly forgot my guilty feelings. We went on such wonderful adventures every full moon, and I haven't changed. Since I became a teacher here at Hogwarts, I have wanted to tell Dumbledore all about us. I wanted to tell him that Sirius Black is an animagus, but I didn't tell him. I was afraid. I did not want him to know that I broke the rules when I was a student. I broke Dumbledore's trust. He allowed me into Hogwarts as a student, and he gave me a job as a teacher. He was the only one who helped me, even though I was a werewolf. So, to protect myself, I told myself that Sirius Black was using the dark arts he learned from Voldemort to enter Hogwarts. I convinced myself that Sirius was not using his animagus powers to enter the school. So I guess Snape was right about me. I have been helping him into the school, in a way. I never told anyone about Sirius's ability to become an animal, so he has been able to enter the school.
What does Snape have to do with any of this? Says Black impatiently.
He's a teacher here at the school, you know, says Lupin. Severus Snape was a student with us at Hogwarts. He was in my grade. In his position as a teacher, he did not want me to become a teacher here. He told Dumbledore that no one can trust me. He is not completely wrong. Sirius played a trick on Snape when they were at school together. The trick almost killed Snape. I was involved in the trick.
He deserved to be punished, says Black suddenly. He was always trying to find out about us. He was going to tell Dumbledore about us. He wanted us to get expelled from Hogwarts.
Yes, Severus suspected something was wrong with me, says Lupin. We did not like each other very much. Snape really disliked James. I think he was jealous of James. He was jealous of his ability at Quidditch. Anyway, Snape saw me one night with Madame Pomfrey. She was walking me to the Whomping Willow Tree to bring me to this house I was going to transform. Sirius wanted to play a trick on Snape. Sirius told him all he needed to do was touch the trunk of the Whomping Willow, then he would be able to follow me in the tunnel. Of course, Snape tried it. If he had managed to come all the way to this house, I would have killed him. But your father rescued Snape. It was also dangerous for your father. I could have killed him too. But Snape saw me at the end of the tunnel. He saw me as a werewolf. He knew what I was. But Dumbledore made him make a promise to never tell anyone about what he saw that night. So that's why Snape doesn't like you, says Harry, beginning to understand the story. He thought you were part of the trick to hurt him?
That's right, says a cold voice from the corner of the room.
Severus Snape appears suddenly as he removes the invisibility cloak. He is pointing his wand directly at Lupin. Chapter 19. The Servant of Lord Voldemort. Hermione screams. Black stands up quickly. Harry is very surprised and does not move.
I found your invisibility cloak near the Whomping Willow, Potter, says Snape. It is a very
useful thing, thank you." Snape smiles. He is happy because he has found them. "I was in your office earlier this evening, Lupin," Snape says. "I brought your potion. I saw the map on your desk. I looked at it and saw what I needed." "Severus!" Lupin starts to speak, but Snape does not let him. "I told the headmaster many times that you were helping Black come into the school. Now I have proof." "Severus, this is a mistake," Lupin says. "You don't know everything." Snape looks very happy. "The Dementors will be glad to take 2 people to their prison tonight, Black and a werewolf." "You fool, Severus!" Lupin shouts. "Are you still angry about a joke from when we were boys? You will send an innocent man back to Azkaban?" Smoke comes from Snape's wand. The smoke wraps around Lupin's mouth, hands, and feet. Lupin falls to the floor. Black starts to move towards Snape, but Snape points his wand at Black's face. "Give me a reason to hurt you, Sirius," he says angrily. Snape and Black look at each other with hate. Harry does not move. He does not know what to say. He does not know who to believe. He is frozen. Ron looks just as confused. But Hermione says, "Professor Snape, maybe we should listen to what they want to say."
"Miss Granger," says Snape, "you are already in big trouble. You, Potter, and Weasley are here with a man who is a convicted killer and a werewolf. You should stay quiet."
"But, Professor Snape, maybe it's a mistake."
"Be quiet, you stupid girl," Snape shouts.
He looks very angry now.
"Don't talk about things you do not understand."
Snape keeps his wand pointed at Black.
"Revenge is sweet," he says. "I always wanted to catch you. After we leave this tree, I will bring the Dementors. They will be happy to see you again, Black. Maybe they will give you the Dementor's kiss."
Black now looks a little afraid.
"Please, listen to the true story," he says. "Look at the rat."
But Snape does not listen. He is too happy to catch Black. "Come with me," he says, "all of you. We are going back." Before Snape can move, Harry runs to the door and blocks it.
"Move away, Potter,"
Snape says. "You are already in big trouble. I saved you. Lupin and Black could have killed you." Harry cuts him off.
"Professor Lupin could have killed me many times already," Harry yells. "I was alone with him many times. He helped me. If he worked with Black, he would have already killed me."
"Move, Potter!" Snape shouts, pointing his wand at Harry.
"You are pathetic," shouts Harry. "They made fun of you many years ago, and you still don't listen."
"Silence!" yells Snape. "You can't talk to me like that."
He looks crazy. "Maybe I should have let you die," Snape says. "You are just like your father. Arrogant, ungrateful. You are wrong to trust Black. Move, Potter!" Harry makes a choice. Before Snape can do anything, Harry lifts his wand. "Expelliarmus!" he shouts. But he is not the only one. There is a loud noise and bright light. Snape flies across the room and hits the wall. Blood is on his face. He is not moving. He is unconscious. Harry turns to look around. Ron and Hermione also shouted the spell. "We attacked a teacher," Hermione says quietly. "We are in so much trouble." Harry is not sure they did the right thing. Black quickly unties Lupin. "Thank you, Harry," Lupin says. "I still don't know if I can trust you, Professor," says Harry. "Then it is time to show you proof," says Lupin. "You, boy, give me Peter." Ron holds Scabbers close. "How do you know my rat is the one you want?" he asks. "There are many rats." "There is no doubt," Black says. "Look at this." He takes a piece of newspaper out of his pocket. It is a photo of Ron and his family in Egypt. On Ron's shoulder is Scabbers. "When Fudge visited me in Azkaban, he gave me a newspaper. I saw the photo. I knew right away it was Pettigrew. I saw him change into a rat many times when we were students. I knew it was him. The paper said this Weasley boy was going back to Hogwarts, where Harry is." "And look," Lupin says, "the rat in the photo has one toe missing." Harry is confused. "The only thing they found after the explosion was Peter's finger," Black says. "He cut off his own finger. Then he changed into a rat and ran away." "Scabbers could have lost his toe in a fight," Ron shouts. "He's been with us a long time." 12 years, says Lupin. "Why do you think he has lived so long?" "We took good care of him," says Ron. "He looks sick now," says Lupin, looking at Scabbers. "He's scared of that crazy cat," says Ron. But Harry remembers Scabbers looked sick before Hermione bought the cat. He looked sick since Black escaped Azkaban. "This cat is not crazy, Ron," says Black. Black pets the cat. "He is very smart. He knew Peter was not really a rat, And he knew I was not really a dog. I talked to him. He helped me."
"How?" asks Hermione.
"I asked him to bring Peter to me," Black says, "but Peter ran away. So the cat stole the Gryffindor passwords. I think he took them from Longbottom."
Harry remembers that Neville got in trouble for losing the passwords.
"Peter tried to run," says Black. "He put blood on the sheets. He wanted us to think he was dead again."
Harry tries to understand. "He faked his death because he knew you were coming to kill him, just like you killed my parents."
"No, Harry," says Lupin. "We all thought Sirius Black told Voldemort where your parents were. We thought Peter tried to stop him. We thought Black killed Peter, but that's not true. It is the other way around. Peter told Voldemort where your parents were. Black tried to stop him."
"That's a lie!" Harry yells. "Black said he was their secret keeper."
"Harry," Black says quietly, "your parents died because of me. I told them to change secret keepers. I told them to use Peter instead of me. That's why they died."
"But why?" asks Harry.
"Because Voldemort was too strong," Black says. "If he found me, he could make me talk. But he would never think Peter was the secret keeper. I thought it was safer."
"It's time, Sirius," says Lupin. "Let's make Peter show himself. If we are wrong, the rat will stay a rat." Black picks up Snape's wand. "Give me the rat, Ron." Ron gives him to Lupin. The rat moves wildly. "Ready?" Lupin asks.
"Ready,"
says Black.
One,
2, 3. Bright light comes from the wands. The rat floats in the air, turning and squeaking wildly. Another flash. The rat falls to the floor. He begins to change. Arms and legs grow quickly. Now, a small man stands in front of them. Crookshanks hisses. The man is short, with brown hair and gray skin. He looks sick. He has small eyes and a nose like a rat. He looks at the door, very scared. "Hello, Peter," Lupin says calmly. "Long time no see." "Sirius, Remus," says Peter. His voice is high and soft. He sounds like a rat. "My old friends."
"You are no friend of mine," growls Black.
"Remus, help me," Peter says. "I knew Black would escape. He wants to kill me." "How did you know he would escape?" asks Lupin. "Because Black works with Voldemort," Peter shouts.
"Voldemort? Me?"
Black laughs. Peter is shaking.
"You became a rat for 12 years to hide."
You were hiding from Voldemort's friends, says Black. There are many of Voldemort's friends in Azkaban. I heard them talking. They are angry with you. They know you showed Voldemort where the Potters were. That's where Voldemort was defeated. He was almost destroyed completely. They think you made Voldemort lose. They blame you.
If Voldemort's supporters wanted to catch me, it is because I stopped their spy, Sirius Black, Peter says.
Me? A spy? Never, yells Black. You were always the weakest. You needed help from stronger wizards. First it was me and Remus and James. But you saw an opportunity to be with the most powerful wizard of all, Voldemort. Lily and James made you their secret keeper because I suggested it. I thought it was the perfect plan, continues Black. I knew Voldemort would try to get me. He would never think a weak wizard like you was the secret keeper. You must have been proud to give the Potters to Voldemort, your master.
Suddenly, Peter falls to the floor. He cries loudly, "Please, Harry, don't let them kill me."
How dare you talk to Harry, you traitor, yells Black. You gave the Potters to Voldemort. They are dead because of you.
No, he made me. Voldemort made me. He forced me to.
Liar, yells Black. You were giving information to him for a year before he killed Lily and James. You were his spy.
I had no choice. He who must not be named forced me, Peter cries. He was too powerful. He was taking over everything and everyone. I had to protect myself. I had to join him. He would have killed me.
Then he should have killed you, shouts Black. He should have killed you before you betrayed your friends. We would have protected you. But you chose to join him, and innocent people died. Now we have no choice. You must die.
Black raises his wand. No, Harry yells. He moves in front of Peter to protect him. You can't kill him.
Harry, he let your parents die, Black says.
I know, says Harry, but my father would not want you to become killers too. Take him to the castle. Let the Dementors take him. Let them take him to Azkaban. Harry, Peter says. He hugs Harry. Thank you. Get off me, says Harry. I'm doing this for my father. Everyone is quiet. Then Black says,
Only you can choose, Harry.
He goes to Azkaban, says Harry.
Lupin lifts his wand. There is a flash of bright light, and ropes tie Peter up.
If you try to transform into a rat again, Pettigrew, we will kill you,
says Black.
Do you agree, Harry?
Harry nods yes.
I can't fix bones like Madame Pomfrey,
Lupin says, looking at Ron's leg.
Ferula!
Bandages wrap around Ron's leg.
Thanks,
says Ron. He stands. His leg is better now.
What about Snape?
asks Hermione.
I almost forgot,
says Lupin.
Mobilicorpus!
Snape floats in the air like a puppet. Lupin pushes him toward the door with his wand. Lupin picks up the invisibility cloak and puts it in his pocket.
2 of us should be tied to this man,
says Black, pointing at Peter.
So he doesn't try to escape.
I'll do it, says Lupin.
Me too,
says Ron. He takes a rope and limps out of the room. Chapter 20. The Dementor's Kiss. Harry follows Lupin, Black, and Ron out of the house and into the tunnel. They are going back to Hogwarts. Crookshanks walks in front of this strange group. Snape hangs in the air like a puppet. Black pushes him forward with his wand. Lupin points his wand at Peter Pettigrew. Both Lupin and Ron are tied to Pettigrew with a rope. The tunnel is low. They move slowly through it. Snape keeps hitting his head on the top of the tunnel. Black does not seem to care. He does not help Snape.
Do you know what this means, Harry?
asks Black.
Do you understand what will happen when I give Pettigrew to the Dementors?
It means you will be free,
says Harry.
Yes,
says Black, very serious.
When I am free, I can go back to the wizarding world.
He says nothing for a moment. Then,
I don't know if you know this, Harry. I am your godfather.
Yes, I knew that,
says Harry.
Your parents wanted me to take care of you if something happened to them,
says Black.
When I am free, I would like you to live with me if you want a new home.
Harry does not say anything.
I understand if you want to stay with your aunt and uncle, but, well, please, think about it.
Harry cannot believe what he is hearing. He feels something strong in his stomach, like an explosion of emotion.
What? Live with you?
says Harry, almost too surprised to speak.
You mean leave the Dursleys?
I didn't think you would want to live with me,
says Black,
after all that has happened.
Are you crazy?
says Harry, very excited.
Of course I want to leave the Dursleys. When can I move in with you?
Black looks at Harry. Snape's head hits the top of the tunnel again.
You want to come and live with me? Really?
says Black.
Absolutely,
says Harry happily. Black suddenly smiles. It is the first time Harry sees him smile. Black's face changes. He looks almost like a normal man. They keep walking in the tunnel for a long time. At last, Crookshanks stops. Then he runs up a hill and disappears. Harry thinks he has touched the secret part of the Whomping Willow. The tree is not moving now. They all come out of the tunnel and walk onto the dark grass. The castle is far away. Many windows have lights on. They walk toward the castle. Harry feels very happy. He will live with Sirius Black, his parents' best friend. He wonders what his aunt and uncle will say when they find out he will live with the criminal they saw on TV. "Don't even think about changing form, Peter," says Lupin. He points his wand at him. As they get closer to the castle, the dark clouds move. The moon comes out. It is full and bright. Suddenly, Lupin stops. Ron and Pettigrew walk into him and almost fall down. Black looks up at the moon, then at Lupin. "Hurry! Run!" he shouts. Lupin starts shaking. His arms and legs begin to grow. His face gets longer. His fingers turn into claws. Hermione screams,
"Professor Lupin didn't take his potion! He's not safe!"
"Run, Harry! Now!"
yells Black. There is a terrible snarling noise. Lupin's body is changing fast. Crookshanks makes a loud, angry hiss. Lupin does not look like a man now. He looks like a werewolf. The werewolf howls and opens and closes his mouth. His teeth shine in the moonlight. Black pushes Harry back. There is the sound of clothes ripping. Black is gone. A big black dog, the size of a bear, stands in his place. The dog jumps at the werewolf. The dog bites the werewolf on the neck. The werewolf cries out in pain. The two animals bite and scratch each other. Harry cannot move. He watches the fight in fear. Suddenly, Hermione screams. Harry turns. Pettigrew has pushed Ron. He has picked up Lupin's wand. There is a loud noise and a flash of light. Ron falls down. He does not move. Another loud noise and flash. Crookshanks falls to the grass.
"Expelliarmus!"
Harry shouts, pointing his wand at Pettigrew. Lupin's wand flies from Pettigrew's hand and falls to the grass. "Don't move, Pettigrew!" shouts Harry, but it is too late. Pettigrew quickly turns into a dirty old rat and runs into the night. Then there is a loud howl and growl. Harry turns. The werewolf runs into the forest.
"Sirius!"
shouts Harry.
"Pettigrew transformed! He ran away!"
Harry points to the place where the rat went. The large black dog is hurt. He is bleeding. There are cuts on his face and body, but he hears Harry. He sees where Harry points. He runs after Pettigrew. Harry and Hermione run to Ron. His eyes are open, but he cannot see. He is still breathing.
"He's not dead,"
says Harry, relieved.
"But what did Pettigrew do to him?" "I don't know,"
says Hermione, worried. Harry looks around. Black and Lupin are gone. Pettigrew is gone too. Only Snape is there, hanging in the air like a puppet. Harry tries to think.
"We have to take them to the castle," he says. "Come on."
But then they hear a loud, painful yelp and whining from far away.
"Sirius,"
says Harry, looking toward the sound. Black is in danger. They cannot help Ron now, but Black needs help. Harry makes a fast choice.
"Come on, Hermione,"
he shouts. They run to find Black. The dog's cries come from near the lake. Harry and Hermione run fast. Then Harry feels cold. At first he does not understand. Then the crying stops. They reach the lake. Now they understand. Black is a man again. He is on the ground.
"No,"
he says.
"No, please."
Then Harry sees them. Dementors. At least 100 fly around the lake. Harry feels the freezing cold again. His eyes become blurry. More Dementors come from the dark. They are all around.
"Hermione, think of something happy,"
shouts Harry. He takes out his wand. Now he hears screaming in his head. His mother's voice. He tries to think of something happy.
"I will live with my godfather. I will leave the Dursleys."
He tries to think only of Black. He says,
"Expecto Patronum! Expecto Patronum!"
Black cries out and falls on his back. He does not move.
"Expecto Patronum!
Hermione, help me!
Expecto Patronum! Expecto,"
Hermione says quietly.
"Expecto, expecto."
But she cannot do it. The Dementors come closer and closer. They form a wall around Harry and Hermione.
"Expecto Patronum!"
Harry shouts. His mother's screams are loud in his ears.
"Expecto Patronum!"
A weak light comes from his wand. A cloud of smoke appears. A small light forms in front of him. At the same time, Hermione falls to the ground. Now, Harry is alone.
"Expecto, expecto Patronum."
Harry feels weak. He falls to his knees. The grass is cold. His eyes are blurry. He tries to think of something happy.
"Sirius is not guilty. We'll be okay. I will live with him."
Expecto Patronum!
he cries. His Patronus shines in front of him. A Dementor moves close, but stops. The Patronus stops it. A gray, dead hand appears. The Dementor tries to move past the Patronus.
"Oh, no,"
Harry says.
"he is not guilty." Expecto!
Harry feels the Dementors looking at him. He hears their breath like a cold wind. The one in front of him raises its hands and pulls back its hood. It has no eyes, only gray, dead skin. But it has a mouth, a big, dark mouth. It pulls in air. It sounds like death. Harry is very afraid. He cannot move. He cannot see well. He tries to fight.
Expecto! Expecto Patronum!
The screaming in his head is very loud. His mother's voice. He reaches for Sirius. He finds his arm. They will not take him, Harry thinks. Suddenly he feels cold hands on his neck. They lift his face. He feels the Dementor's breath. It smells like death. The Dementor's kiss. He only hears his mother's screams now. He thinks this will be the last thing he hears. Then, when he almost sees nothing, a silver light appears. It grows brighter and brighter. Harry falls onto the grass. He cannot move. He opens his eyes. The Dementor is not holding him now. The screaming in his head stops. The cold is gone. Something is pushing the Dementors away. A strong silver light moves around Harry, Hermione, and Black. The Dementors fly away. The air feels warm again. Harry is very weak, but he lifts his head. He sees an animal in the silver light. A big creature runs across the lake. Harry's eyes are blurry, but he sees something as bright as a unicorn. It moves across the water and stops. In the silver light, Harry sees a person next to the creature. The person touches the silver animal. The person looks familiar, but it can't be. Harry does not understand. He cannot think clearly. He is too weak. He closes his eyes and falls down. He does not wake up. Chapter 21. Hermione's Secret. Harry wakes up. He cannot see anything. It is dark in the hospital. He is lying on a bed. He hears voices outside. It is Snape. And also Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. "We have Black, Severus, thanks to you," says Fudge. "With your story, Black will stay in Azkaban forever. The Dementors are coming to give him the kiss. Harry sits up quickly. Snape's story is not true. He must stop him. He looks around the room. Hermione is in the bed next to him. She is awake.
Hermione, did you hear that?
Says Harry.
Snape is lying. We have to talk to Dumbledore.
At that moment, Madame Pomfrey comes in. Ah, good. You're awake, she says. Then she sees Harry standing. Potter, what are you doing?
Where is Ron? Is he okay?
Asks Harry.
Get back in bed, Potter, she says.
Ron is fine. His leg will get better. But you must rest.
But we need to see Dumbledore.
Then the door opens. Fudge and Snape come in. What's going on in here? Asks Fudge.
Minister, listen to me,
says Harry.
Sirius Black is innocent. Peter Pettigrew is alive. He faked his death. We saw him tonight. You must not let the Dementors take Sirius.
Harry, you are confused, says Fudge. Everything is under control.
No, it is not,
yells Harry.
You have the wrong man. Minister, please, says Hermione. I saw Pettigrew too. He changed into a rat. He was Ron's pet for years.
You see, says Snape, these children are very confused.
But Professor Snape didn't see, says Hermione. He was unconscious.
Miss Granger, be quiet, yells Snape. Then Dumbledore walks in. Everyone leave, he says. I must speak to them alone. But they need care, says Madame Pomfrey. They'll be fine, says Dumbledore. Fudge checks his watch. The Dementors should be here now. I'll meet them. I will see you later, Albus. Fudge leaves, but Snape does not. You can't believe these children, says Snape. I will speak with them alone, says Dumbledore. Snape looks angry. Black almost killed me once, he says. He is still capable of killing, or did you forget? My memory is fine, Severus, says Dumbledore. Now, please leave. Snape leaves. Dumbledore turns to Harry and Hermione. They both talk fast.
Black is telling the truth.
Pettigrew escaped.
Lupin turned into a werewolf.
Pettigrew cut off his own
It
finger.
wasn't serious.
Stop, says Dumbledore. Now listen, we don't have much time. No one will believe your story. I don't have the power to help.
But Lupin can tell you, says Harry.
Lupin is a werewolf in the forest, and no one trusts a werewolf. Snape's story is easier to believe.
But Snape hates Sirius, says Hermione.
Dumbledore speaks slowly. I
believe you. But I can't change what will happen. What we need is more time.
He looks at Hermione.
But,
she starts. Then her eyes open wide.
Oh!
Listen carefully, says Dumbledore. Sirius is in Flitwick's office, 13th window from the West Tower. If all goes well, you can save more than one innocent life tonight. But no one must see you. You know the law, Miss Granger.
Harry is confused. Dumbledore walks to the door.
It's almost midnight, continues Dumbledore. 3 turns should be enough. Good luck.
Dumbledore leaves the room and locks the door.
Good luck, says Harry. What does that mean?
Hermione pulls something from her robes, a long gold chain with a tiny hourglass. She puts it around Harry's neck, too.
Ready?
She asks.
What are we doing?
Asks Harry.
What is that?
She turns the hourglass 3 times. The world goes dark. Harry feels like he's flying backwards. Then suddenly they are in the Hogwarts entrance hall. The sun is shining.
Hermione, what just happened?
Asks Harry. She pulls him into a closet.
We went back in time, says Hermione, 3 hours into the past.
Then they hear footsteps. Hermione looks carefully from the door.
It's us,
says Hermione.
We're leaving the castle and going to Hagrid's house. You mean we're in here and also out there? Says Harry. Yes, we're under the invisibility cloak. We're walking away now.
Harry stares at Hermione.
Where did you get this?
Asks Harry, pointing at the hourglass.
It's called a time turner, says Hermione. Professor McGonagall gave it to me so I could take more classes. She said I was a great student, so I could use the time turner. But I don't know what Dumbledore wants us to do. How does going back help Sirius?
I think we have to change something, says Harry. He thinks hard. Then he says,
We're going to save Buckbeak.
Hermione looks surprised.
But how does that help Sirius?
If we save Buckbeak, he can help Sirius escape. Dumbledore said we could save more than one innocent life. Hermione looks excited.
But we can't be seen, she says. It's very dangerous.
We have to try. Harry listens at the door. It's quiet. Let's go, he says. They leave the hall and run toward the forest. They pass the willow tree and reach the edge of the forest.
We'll sneak to Hagrid's from here, says Hermione.
They hide behind a tree and watch. Then someone knocks on Hagrid's door.
It's us, under the cloak, says Harry.
They see Hagrid open and close the door. Then they move closer to Buckbeak. He is tied to a fence.
"We can't save him yet," says Hermione. "They must see he's here first."
Then they hear Hermione scream from inside the house.
"That's me, finding Scabbers," she says.
"Let's catch Pettigrew now," says Harry.
"No, we must not be seen,"
says Hermione. Then they hear voices on the hill. It is Dumbledore, Fudge, and the executioner. They are leaving the castle and walking down the hill.
"Our other selves are coming out now,"
says Hermione. They watch themselves leave Hagrid's house and disappear under the cloak. The men come closer. Soon, the executioner checks the back and sees Buckbeak. He goes back inside. "Now," says Harry. Harry runs to Buckbeak. He unties the rope and pulls. Buckbeak won't move.
"Come on, boy," says Harry.
"Hurry!" yells Hermione. Harry pulls harder on the rope. Slowly, Buckbeak follows. They run into the forest. They are safe. They hear voices from Hagrid's house. "Where is it?" yells the executioner. "It was right here," says the old wizard. "How strange," says Dumbledore. He sounds almost happy. The men go inside, confused. Harry and Hermione hide.
"Let's wait near the willow tree," says Harry. "We will see ourselves go into the hole under the tree."
They walk quietly. It is getting dark.
"There's Ron,"
says Hermione. They see Ron chasing Scabbers. Then they see themselves run after him. Then Sirius appears as a dog. He grabs Ron and pulls him under the tree. They watch the attack. Then Crookshanks presses the tree's secret spot. Everyone disappears under the tree. Later, Lupin appears. He uses a stick to stop the tree. He goes inside. Then Snape appears. He picks up the stick Lupin used. He also stops the tree and goes in.
"We just wait now,"
says Hermione. They wait for more than an hour.
"Here we come,"
Hermione whispers. They see Lupin, Pettigrew, and Ron come out from under the tree. Then Snape comes out. He is floating like a puppet. Next, Harry, Hermione, and Sirius Black come out of the hole. They all walk to the castle.
"Harry, we must stay here," says Hermione. "No one can see us. We must let everything happen. Then we can use Buckbeak to help Black."
Soon the moon comes out from behind the clouds. Lupin starts to change. He becomes a werewolf. The fight begins. Then Harry remembers.
"Hermione, we have to move. Lupin will come this way."
Hermione screams.
"Quick," she says. "We have to run. The Dementors will come soon. Let's go back to Hagrid's house."
They run fast. They pull Buckbeak by his rope. They hear the werewolf run into the forest behind them. Then they hear Sirius Black. They wait. Then Harry says,
Hermione, I have to see what is happening with Black. We have to help him.
Hermione is not sure.
Well, okay,
she says at last.
I'll stay here with Buckbeak. You go find Black, but be careful. There is a werewolf and many Dementors out there.
They hear the dog. That means the Dementors are coming. Harry runs towards the lake. He knows the other Harry is going to try to help Black. Harry runs fast into the trees. He thinks about his father. He knows no one should see him, but he wants to know. Was it his father he saw that night? He comes to the lake. On the other side, he sees a silver light. It is the weak Patronus of the other Harry. He hides behind a bush. Then the light goes out. The Dementors are attacking. He waits for his father to come. Nothing happens. Harry looks over the bush. A Dementor is close to Harry on the other side. It is going to give him the Dementor's kiss. But no one comes to help. Then Harry understands. That night he did not see his father in the light of the Patronus. He saw himself. Harry jumps out from the bush. He takes out his wand.
Expecto Patronum!
He shouts with strong feeling. Silver light comes out of his wand. It is not only a light and some smoke, it is a silver animal. It looks like a horse. It runs across the water. The animal puts its head down and runs into the Dementors. It runs around and around them. The Dementors run away and go into the forest. They are gone. The Patronus runs back to Harry. It is not a horse. It is not a unicorn. It is a big male deer, a stag. It shines like the full moon. It stops in front of Harry. It looks at him. Its eyes are big and silver. It bows its head. It has many long antlers. Harry understands. The antlers of a stag. Prongs, he says. His father's nickname at school. My father transformed into a stag, Harry thinks. Harry puts out his hand to touch the stag, but it disappears. He feels very sad. He thinks about his father. Then he hears a sound behind him. Hermione comes with Buckbeak on his rope.
What did you do? She says. You said you only wanted to see what was happening. I just saved all our lives, says Harry. He tells her everything. Did anyone see you? She asks. Yes, I saw myself, but I thought it was my father. It's okay. I didn't change time. Harry, I can't believe it, says Hermione. You made a very strong Patronus. I knew I could do it this time, says Harry. I felt sure. I knew I could do it because, well, I already did it, if that makes sense. Then Hermione says, Harry, look, it's Snape.
Snape appears across the lake. The spell that controlled Snape is finished. He stands near the three bodies. He uses magic to make 3 stretchers. He puts Harry, Hermione, and Black on them. There is already 1 stretcher with Ron. He uses his wand to move the stretchers to the castle.
Okay, says Hermione. We have about 45 minutes. That is when Dumbledore will leave the hospital room. We must help Black and get back before anyone sees we are gone.
They wait. Then they see someone leaving the castle. It is the executioner. He is going to bring the Dementors to take Black.
It's time, says Harry.
He helps Hermione climb onto Buckbeak. Then he uses a rock to climb up too. Harry uses the rope and his legs to move Buckbeak. The hippogriff jumps into the air. His wings are strong. They fly high into the sky.
Oh, I don't think I like this, says Hermione. I really don't like this.
Her eyes are closed. Harry holds the rope and guides Buckbeak. They fly to the castle. Harry looks at the windows. He finds the one where Black is. Buckbeak flies outside the window. He sees Sirius through the window.
He's there,
says Harry. Harry knocks on the window. Black comes to the window. He sees Harry, Hermione, and Buckbeak. He is very surprised. Black tries to open the window. It is locked.
Move back, Sirius,
Hermione says. She takes out her wand.
Alohomora,
she says. The window opens.
Get on, says Harry. We don't have much time. The Dementors are coming.
Black climbs through the window and jumps onto Buckbeak.
Go, Buckbeak,
says Harry. He pulls the rope.
Fly to the tower.
Buckbeak flies high up to the tower. They land. Harry and Hermione jump off.
Sirius, you must go now, says Harry. They will see you are gone soon.
How can I thank you, Harry?
says Black.
Go!
say Harry and Hermione together.
We will meet again, Harry,
says Black.
You really are your father's son.
He pulls on the rope. Buckbeak flies up into the dark sky. The moon shines bright. Soon they disappear into the night. Chapter 22. Another delivery from owls.
Harry!
Hermione pulls Harry's robes.
We only have 10 minutes to get back to the hospital room before Dumbledore locks the door.
Okay, says Harry. He is still looking at the sky, trying to see Sirius Black and Buckbeak.
Let's go.
They both run quickly down the tower stairs. On the way to the hospital room, they stop and hide for a moment. Professor Snape and Minister Fudge walk down the corridor towards them. Harry and Hermione hear them talk about the escape of Buckbeak. When they pass, Harry and Hermione hurry down the corridor again. They have only a few minutes left. Suddenly, they hear a voice they know. It is Peeves, the bad ghost. He is coming towards them. They run into an empty classroom.
"Oh, I really don't like Peeves,"
whispers Hermione. She looks at her watch again.
"We have only 3 minutes left."
Peeves turns a corner and disappears.
"Oh no,"
says Hermione in fear.
1 minute.
They run quickly to the hospital room. When they come close to the room, they hear Dumbledore's voice behind the door.
"It's almost midnight,"
says Dumbledore.
3 turns should be enough. Good luck."
They see Dumbledore leave and close the door. Harry and Hermione run towards him. Dumbledore smiles. "Well?" he says quietly.
"We did it,"
says Harry.
"Sirius is gone. He flew away on Buckbeak."
"Well done," says Dumbledore. Dumbledore puts his ear to the door. "Yes, and I think you two have gone as well. Get inside. I will lock you in." Harry and Hermione go into the room quickly. Only Ron is inside. The door locks behind them. They go back to their beds. Hermione hides the time turner under her robes. A moment later, Madame Pomfrey comes in. She is still angry that Dumbledore made her leave earlier. She gives the children chocolate to help them feel better after the Dementors. Suddenly, they hear someone yell in anger from a room above them. "What was that?" asks Madame Pomfrey. Then they hear voices coming closer. One of the voices is Snape's. He is yelling loudly.
"Black did not escape alone. I know Harry Potter helped him."
The door opens with a loud bang. Snape and Minister Fudge come in. Snape looks very angry. Fudge looks a little angry and confused. Dumbledore comes in after them. He looks calm.
"What did you do, Potter?"
shouts Snape.
"Tell us how you helped Black escape."
He points at Harry. Fudge tries to calm Snape.
"You do not know Potter, Cornelius," Snape shouts. "He did it! I know he did!"
"That's enough, Severus," says Dumbledore calmly. "This door has been locked since I left 10 minutes ago. Madame Pomfrey, did the children leave?" "Of course not," she says. "If they had, I would have heard them." "Do you see, Severus?" says Dumbledore. "I hope you are not saying these
children can be in two places at the same time?
Snape says nothing. He looks at Fudge, then Dumbledore, then leaves quickly.
He has lost control,
says Fudge.
No, he is only very disappointed,
says Dumbledore.
Well, the whole wizard world will be disappointed too. We let Black escape again.
And the Hippogriff escaped as well.
The Daily Prophet will write many stories.
What about the Dementors, Cornelius? Asks Dumbledore.
Now that Black is gone, will you take them away from the school?
Yes, they are dangerous. They almost gave the Dementor's kiss to an innocent boy. I will take them away now. I must tell the ministry. Fudge leaves. Madame Pomfrey follows him and locks the door. When Ron wakes up the next morning, Harry and Hermione tell him everything. The day is beautiful. They decide to go to the lake. Harry looks at the place where his stag Patronus ran across the water. Then Hagrid comes from the forest. He is happy.
"Hello, children," he says. "Did you hear what happened last night?"
What happened? They ask, pretending not to know.
Buckbeak escaped. He's free.
That's wonderful, says Hermione. She tries not to laugh.
I thought I tied him well, but I guess I didn't. This morning I was worried. I didn't see him, and I thought Lupin ate him. You know, because he's a werewolf. But Lupin said he didn't eat anything last night.
What? Says Harry quickly.
You didn't hear? Says Hagrid. Snape told everyone at the Slytherin table this morning. He said Lupin is a werewolf, and that he was on the school grounds last night. Lupin is in his office, packing his things.
Packing? Why? Asks Harry.
He's leaving. He says it's too dangerous to stay. He might hurt someone.
Harry stands up. I'm going to see him. Harry runs to the castle. Lupin's office door is open. Before Harry can speak, Lupin says, I saw you coming. He is holding the Mischief Maker's map. Is it true you are leaving Hogwarts? Asks Harry. Yes, says Lupin. Snape told everyone I'm a werewolf. Parents will write letters to the school. They will not want me here. And they are right. Last night was dangerous. I could have bitten you. But you are the best dark arts teacher ever, says Harry. Thank you. That means a lot, says Lupin. I'm proud of you. Tell me about your Patronus. How do you know about that? Asks Harry. Only a strong Patronus could save you from those Dementors, Lupin says. Harry tells him about the silver stag. Yes, your father transformed into a stag. That's why we called him Prongs. Lupin puts books in his trunk. Here is your invisibility cloak, he says. I found it in the haunted house, and since I'm not your teacher now, I will give you this. He gives Harry the map. Your father would have wanted you to have it. The door opens. Dumbledore is there. Ready, Remus? Yes, Albus. Goodbye, Harry. We will meet again. Lupin leaves. Harry feels sad.
I'm proud of you, Harry, says Dumbledore. You showed the truth and saved an innocent man and an innocent creature.
But Pettigrew escaped, says Harry, and Professor Trelawney told me Voldemort's servant will help him return.
I think she may be right,
says Dumbledore.
But I stopped Black and Lupin from killing Pettigrew. It will be my fault if Voldemort comes back.
No, Harry. You saved Pettigrew's life, says Dumbledore. When one wizard saves the life of another wizard, a special connection is created, a special bond. Because you saved Pettigrew's life, there is a special connection between you two. I don't think Voldemort will want such a servant.
I don't want anything to do with Pettigrew, says Harry.
Trust me, says Dumbledore. One day you may be glad you saved him. I knew your father. He would have done the same.
Harry looks at Dumbledore.
Last night, I thought it was my father who made the Patronus.
That is easy to think, says Dumbledore. You look like him, but you have your mother's eyes. Your father is gone, but he is still inside you. Last night, he appeared as your Patronus, Prongs.
No one at school knows what happened that night. Only Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Dumbledore know. School is ending. Harry feels worse than normal. Black had offered him a home, but now Harry must go back to the Dursleys. Harry and his friends do well on the exams. Even Snape lets Harry pass potions. Gryffindor wins the House Cup for the 3rd year. The Great Hall is full of red and gold. Harry forgets the Dursleys during the party. Hermione gives back the time turner. She may be one of the best students, but she decides to live in the present. On the train back to King's Cross Station, Ron invites Harry to stay at his house for the summer.
It's the Quidditch World Cup. My dad can get us tickets.
Harry is happy.
I think the Dursleys will let me, especially after what I did to Aunt Marge.
Later, Hermione looks out the window.
Harry, what's that?
Harry sees a tiny owl carrying a big letter. It flies crazily next to the train. Harry opens the window. The owl lands in his hands and drops the letter onto Harry's seat. It flies around the room until Ron catches it. Harry opens the letter.
It's from Sirius.
He reads,
Dear Harry, I hope you get this
before you reach your aunt and uncle, Buckbeak and I are hiding. I will not say where. The Dementors are still looking for me. I will soon go far from Hogwarts. I will let some muggles see me. Then the school will lower security. I didn't get the chance to tell you before. I sent you the firebolt. Consider it as a birthday gift for all the ones I missed.
Ha! Yells Hermione happily. See? I told you Sirius Black sent the firebolt to you.
Yes, but it wasn't cursed, was it? Says Ron. The tiny owl hoots happily in his hands. Ron thinks the owl is beginning to like him.
I also want to say that I'm sorry. I scared you the night you saw me in the alley, the night you left your uncle and aunt's house. I only wanted to see you. There is something else in the letter for you. I think it will make next year better. If you need me, send a letter with your owl. She will find me. Sirius.
Inside the letter there is a paper.
I, Sirius Black, give Harry Potter permission to visit Hogsmeade on weekends.
Harry smiles. McGonagall and Dumbledore will accept this. Wait, there's a P.S. on this letter.
P.S. I thought Ron might like this owl, since it's my fault his rat is gone.
Ron is happy. I can keep him. He holds the owl to Crookshanks. The cat smells it and purrs. Yes, it's just an owl. I'll keep him. Harry reads the letter again and again as the train returns to the city. At King's Cross, they say goodbye. Ron shouts, I'll call you about the World Cup. Harry walks to Uncle Vernon's car, holding the letter. This summer might be better than most. Hey there, my name is Josh Cashel. I am the creator of this channel, Inglés Essencial, and I hope you enjoyed the video that you just saw. And if you could, take a moment to click the like button or possibly subscribe. Any support that you provide this channel goes a long way in helping me to continue creating the amazing, outstanding, unique, marvelous, unparalleled, if I may use that adjective, content that you just saw. So please take one moment, like and subscribe, and I will see you in the next video. Bye-bye.